All right, sound check 1 2 3. We all good? Oh, well, yep, I did it again. I did it again. I did the exact same thing I did yesterday. I forgot to mute my damn iPad before I actually switch over to going live. That's cool. That's fine. We're here. We're ready to roll. Okay. Yesterday we started playing Super Mario Galaxy. For anyone who missed yesterday's stream, it's about, well, I won't say about halfway through the game because there's a lot more to do after you clear the 6 main domes, but we got through the first 3 of the game's 6 domes. We got through the terrace, fountain, and the kitchen, and now we're ready to head into the bedroom. And I realized my thought process yesterday was we do 3 domes one stream and 3 domes the second stream, but I realized not long after I ended the stream that, oh wait, the bedroom is when they actually start throwing you 3 full-fledged galaxies all at once. Because the other domes really only have 2. You have Good Egg and Honey Hive in the terrace. You have Space Junk and, I almost said Dreadnought, Battle Rock in the fountain. Then you have Beach Bowl and Ghostly in the kitchen. But the bedroom's gonna throw Gusty Garden, Freeze Flame, and Dusty Dune at us all at once. And that's gonna be consistent for the remaining 2 domes as well, but it's fine. Yeah. What's up, Doc? Nothing much, just chilling, getting ready to play some more Super Mario Galaxy, starting with this music. The Mario Galaxy music, I should say. The bedroom is your favorite dome? I would probably say the same. Yeah, I think the bedroom has Gusty Garden Galaxy, which is obviously pretty iconic. It has Freeze Flame Galaxy, which is one of my favorites. And then it has, of course, Dusty Dune, which is, I think it has the most secret stars of any of the galaxies. And it might have my favorite Bowser level as well. I'm not sure on that one. It might. I'd have to, I guess we'll see. But I think I remember always finding that to be my favorite of the Bowsers, of the Bowser levels. Have you seen the rest of Murder Drones yet? No, I have not. At present, I've only watched the first 3 episodes. There's, I think, 8 in total, so still got a bit of a ways to go. I think I should still finish Murder Drones before I move on to something else. Technically, the correct thing to do would be to finish one show before moving on to another, but I have been incentivized, or I felt the motivation to check out the Tangled series recently, just because I recently rewatched Tangled for the purposes of my D23 video, and then that led me to rewatching the Disney Channel movie, to the Tangled Before Ever After thing, and then since that's essentially just an extended pilot episode for the TV series, I was actually gonna watch the first 1 or 2 episodes of the TV show this morning before I started streaming, but I ended up getting some more work done on the Toy Story 1 video instead, so that plan went by the wayside, but it's fine. It was a productive morning. Maybe I'll watch some more. Maybe I'll watch it later tonight, although I should probably get more packing done later tonight if I'm being perfectly honest with myself. Will I be trying the new Danganronpa game when it comes out? Currently, I have no plans to do so, because I no longer have any investment in the Danganronpa series. I just don't really care what happens to... I mean, I found the announcement hilarious, but truthfully, I don't really care that much what happens with the series moving forward. It's not to say I'll never... Like, someone asked me on the server if I would absolutely never, ever try the game, and I was thinking, well, I don't want to be that absolute about it. I mean, it's possible that at some point in the future I might have a feeling of morbid curiosity. But as of right now, I do not have any strong desire. Either, I don't have any, like, genuine motivation to say, hey, I wonder what they'll do next. Nor do I have any negative interest in, like, man, I can't wait to see what bullshit they do next. That don't really have any of that for Danganronpa 2x2 floorboards. Do I have a favorite swear word? Points for original questions, but no, I never given much thought to that. You find it hard to imagine the Gusty Garden theme is a level theme in a video game, let alone that it comes from Super Mario Galaxy of all places. Hey man, put some respect on video game soundtracks. Some of my favorite musical pieces of all time come from video games. Do I think I'll stream Galaxy 2 when it comes out on Switch? Yeah, that's the main reason why I'm streaming this now, because I wanna have replayed through the first Galaxy game before Galaxy 2 comes out in a couple days. Not even just next week at this point. We are days away from getting Galaxy 2 on Switch, which is pretty awesome. Does the price of the Galaxy games annoy you? So, I was kind of waiting for this question to pop up, the notion of the price of the games, or of the ports, rather. And the answer for me personally is kind of, but not. It's my immediate. I'll tell you what my immediate gut reaction was when I found out that it was going to be $40 a piece to buy the games individually and $70 to buy them together. I was expecting worse from Nintendo, which I guess mainly speaks to just how low the bar was. But I'm more offended by the amiibo pricing than I am by the price of the collection. But of course, tariffs have something to do with that, because I've seen the international prices for the new Mario Galaxy amiibos, and they are much more reasonable than the US prices. The US simply is getting annihilated by all this stuff. But yeah, it's not something that I'm personally unhappy with spending. Like, to get $40 to get Galaxy 2 on Switch is not something I'm uncomfortable or dissatisfied or upset with paying. I mean, you'd always prefer it to be cheaper, right? Like, I don't think, like, if Nintendo woke up tomorrow and said, actually, we're cutting the price in half, it's going to be $20, I don't think anyone in the world, except I guess maybe the most diehard Nintendo fan, like, well, Nintendo's selling themselves short, they gotta make money somehow, or something like that. I don't think anyone would genuinely be upset that they would reduce the price. But I guess my thing when it comes to price discourse, because the whole thing kind of tires me out, to be perfectly honest with you, is we only have so much time on this planet, and everyone has a different personal line for how much they're willing to spend, and what, like, for some people, myself included, the personal value of being able to play Galaxy 2 on Switch, or on the go, just in general, is worth the price of admission. For some people, it wouldn't be. And that's really just a personal decision you have to make, and it's not my place to tell you whether it is or is not worth it to you. You know, I can't judge how, we're all adults here, or at least, you know, we're all capable of spending money how we choose to. Just don't, you know, project your own personal value onto other people. Like, if you think it's worth the price, don't get upset if someone else thinks it isn't. And if you don't think it's worth the price, don't hem and haw over someone who chooses to buy the new Galaxy Collection. In short, spend your money on whatever games you want, do whatever makes you happy. As long as it doesn't hurt other people, obviously. And, yeah, just don't shit on other people for the decisions they make, I guess would be my stance on this whole price debacle. Why is Nintendo so obsessed with expensive prices? I don't know. I think other people have gone into extensive detail for, like, why Nintendo games just never ever go on sale. So I'm sure other people. I'm not that knowledgeable on this subject matter. But it does get annoying sometimes. You see, my expectations for Toy Story 5 have lowered since we spoke. Well, you know, that's what happens when you see a talking toilet roll. What is one meant to do when you see smart? You gotta understand. That was the first thing I saw after I woke up. Like, I got out of bed, and usually Usually the first thing I do after I go to the bathroom and brush my teeth is just check Discord and just see if there's any notifications that I missed. And the first thing I saw was that fucking toilet roll. And I'm just like, man, it's too early in the morning for this. At least give me a little bit to recover, to wake up some. It was the same thing that happened last year when D23 happened. I was actually, like, this one was more like it happened around my vacation and the timing was unfortunate. Last year I was literally in a different state when the news broke. So I was in a nice, comfy hotel bed. And the next thing I knew, I got out of bed, grabbed my phone, and I just saw a million bajillion Discord, Twitter, and YouTube notifications. People saying, did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you? And, yeah, well, that do be the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. How would I rank Peach, Daisy, Rosalina, and Pauline? I guess this isn't a topic I have much stake in or passion for, but I guess based on literally nothing, I would go Rosalina, Daisy, Peach, Pauline. I have no idea what I'm basing that on other than just I like characters more than others. What's my opinion on Mario Kart World not getting DLC, since Nintendo might be weird and not go for DLC at all? It is beyond me. I mean, first of all, I haven't played more than a single cup of Mario Kart World, so I may not be the best person to talk to in regards to Mario Kart World related things. But considering based on what little I've played and what I've heard from people who have played a lot more than me, given how much that game still lacks, it caught me by surprise when I saw them release the Bonanza DLC, or announce the Bonanza DLC rather, while Mario Kart World was still just struggling for survival. And of course, it makes sense, right? Because Bonanza was hugely successful and everyone loves the game, so naturally they'd want to capitalize on it. But, you know, I imagine people would have wanted to see them add more stuff to Mario Kart World next, rather than, because Bonanza's a completed game. It's a nice, self-contained, fully cohesive story and experience. Mario Kart World, from what I understand, is anything about that, or at least, I know they released an update recently, but it most certainly wasn't a cohesive experience when the Bonanza DLC was first announced. And the other thing is, I think a lot of people have been theorizing that the Bonanza DLC isn't actually DLC, and it's just post-game content that was grafted onto the game after the fact, like arbitrarily held back, either because it wasn't fully finished yet, or because they just wanted to make some extra money. And it's not like we made our completed game, and now also we've added this extra thing that could be kind of cool. This was originally supposed to launch with the game, but we didn't, for whatever reasons that may be. And also the Bonanza DLC costs as much as Silksong, which is hilarious. Haven't I played the Flower Cup as well? If I did, I don't... Remind me what's in the Flower Cup. Next time I go on vacation will be the release of the Toy Story trailer. No, what's gonna happen, I guarantee you, is I'm going to release my Toy Story love letter on the 30th anniversary, which that is the goal. I can't guarantee it because something can always happen, something could always go wrong, but that is the plan, is to release the 30th anniversary love letter on the actual 30th anniversary. What I guarantee you is going to happen is I'm going to do that, and then the same day Pixar's going to drop the Toy Story 5 trailer, and I'm gonna collapse instantly. Because it's like, oh, well, fuck you then. I mean, I get, it's like, it's technically self-inflicted at that point, because of course I should expect that Pixar would want to release the teaser on such a tremendous day, right? 30th anniversary of Toy Story, have a trailer for the next movie. But, like, because you know, I'm just thinking about how I'm just gonna get, the video would be flooded with comments, people like, Toy Story 5, where's the trailer? Where's the trailer reaction? Where is it? Where is it? And I'm gonna be like, So I'm nervous. Airship Fortress. Okay, so then I have played Flower Cup. I guess that just speaks to my general lack of investment in Mario Kart World, that I totally blocked out that I even played the Flower Cup. I think the other thing is, I remember I was recording, I originally intended to make the Mario Kart World playthrough an actual Let's Play. I recorded a full episode 1, and then I cleared the Flower Cup, and like, as I was doing the outro, I could just tell my heart wasn't in it, so I didn't even really give it a proper outro. I just stopped the recording. So that might also contribute to my distancing that from experiences I've had. Imagine going on vacation only to be bombarded by news about Toy Story 5. It's happened twice in a row. Last year it happened. Well, it's different, because last year it was like the first major news drop we ever got about Toy Story 5, apart from the fact that it was announced. And of course, the concept art showing Woody back in Bonnie's room is huge. So naturally, I got a bajillion messages about it. And that happened, like, well into the vacation. And then this year, the announcement itself happened, like, as I was preparing to leave on vacation, so I hadn't fully left yet. But then, the big thing that actually happened while I was on vacation and away from my home was, I mentioned this during yesterday's stream, I was in a cabana at Volcano Bay with FG, and I just got a Discord notification that, hey, Jesse's stuff might have, because someone posted on the Discord server, some stuff about Jesse might have leaked, and as of present, it's still unconfirmed whether that's real or totally fake, but I'm operating under the assumption that it's, for the purposes of the video, I operate under the assumption that it was legit, because I figure, well, if it's not, good, but if it is, then we need to have a serious chat about what this is going to mean for everything, because it's kind of bad. Or at least it could be kind of bad. I don't want to say definitively, but I have concerns, is all. That's all. That's all I have. It's just concerns. But I'm still hoping that they surprise me. Still very much hoping that they pull out a miracle. Because, you know, it's not like... I mentioned this a little bit in last year's D23 video. It's not unprecedented for Pixar to release a trailer that looks stupid. And that, like, to be honest with you, even the original Toy Story 3 theatrical trailer, not the teaser trailer where they're all building the logo out of, like, Lego pieces and chalkboards, and then Buzz makes the real logo with glow-in-the-dark neon lights. That one's obviously great. The first proper teaser trailer where they give you a hint of the fact that Andy's grown up, and then it's just like, whoa, we're in a new crazy daycare, and things are going nuts, and it's like, I think if I saw that trailer today, I don't think I'd be very optimistic about Toy Story 3, to be perfectly honest with you. I think I'd be like, this looks not bad, per se, but it doesn't look very interesting. It looks kind of like, oh, we moved on from Andy's, so now it's time to have a new crazy adventure. But of course, then Toy Story 3 comes out, and it's like, oh shit, the toys are almost burning alive, and you have this incredibly tyrannical villain in the form of Lotso, and then of course the ending sequence. So it's not unprecedented that Pixar has this really out-of-the-box, stupid, seemingly ostensibly stupid premise that is masking... That's why I keep saying that I have to believe that Andrew Stanton is just... This is just a 200 IQ play from him, and the evil Buzz Army is masking some ingenious character study for Buzz to give him something interesting to do that isn't just... So your inner voice advises you. Because there is precedent for that. It's just... You know, my expectations of past Pixar getting cross-wired with my understanding of what has happened in the last few years with modern Pixar. It's concerning. Have I seen The Long Walk? No, but as I mentioned on yesterday's stream, that is a movie that looks interesting to me. I haven't even seen a trailer. I just read the premise and I'm like, oh, yeah, I want to watch that. That is definitely on my list of movies that I would like to see. No matter what, am I gonna make a video on Toy Story 5 when it releases? Yeah, I mean, obviously, one, no matter what, I'm always going to have passion for the Toy Story franchise, so even if it's the worst thing in the world, I'm of course going to, like, here's, like, So on the one side of things, even if I had no audience, right? Even if there was no one watching my videos and no one cared, it really wouldn't matter. I would still make a Toy Story 5 video anyway, because it serves as a really great catharsis. It's a great outlet for me to vent about things that are frustrating me. I mean, that was what happened with the original Toy Story 4 series. Not to say no one was watching. Of course, there were people around. Avert's in chat right now. He's one of them. He was there, and he knew me before I was cool, and all, or whatever, you know, that infamous meme line. He knew me back when I had, like, what was it, 5K subs, I think. Do you remember, Avert, how many subs I had when the Toy Story 4 series? I think it was only, it might have been less than 5K, actually. I think it was between 4 and 5K subscribers when I first made the Toy Story 4 series. So, you know, there wasn't, and I don't even think, there was only, I think the original Toy Story 4 videos only had a couple hundred views apiece. So, really, it wasn't for anyone else's sake than mine. It was just, I needed to get this off my chest, no matter who was listening. So, if that was the case again with Toy Story 5, I would still be wanting to cover it on the channel. But then you add on top of that, that I have now found an audience who wants to hear me talk about Toy Story, and the conclusion is inevitable that I will indeed be covering Toy Story 5. And I guess I got kind of lucky in a, like, ignoring how annoying Toy Story 5 looks like it might be. It is... I did get kind of lucky that Toy Story 5 was announced when it did, because it's obviously given me a lot of stuff to talk about in relation to the series. Not that I couldn't have gone on without it, because obviously I'm still making love letters to Toy Story 3, and now Toy Story 1. Who knows what'll happen with Toy Story 2. But they certainly lent me a helping hand with the introduction of Toy Story 5. We'll see if I still feel that way when it comes out. But for the time being, it's, yeah, that's where my head's at right now with the whole Toy Story 5 thing. 5K was December. Oh, yeah! Right, because the whole thing was I said if I reached 5K by the end of the year, I would stream Sunshine the next year. And oh, how quickly I regretted that decision. That promise. That's why I don't make those promises anymore. Because it's like, it leads to terrible, terrible things happening. I mean, well, I say that. Sunshine, the first half of Sunshine was fine. The first half of Sunshine was actually pretty solid. I enjoyed that a lot. It's just the second half made me want to die. I will never forgive Corona Mountain for that dumbass fucking boat with physics that work completely backwards. Where you shoot, flood the direction you want to go instead of propelling backwards like any sensibly designed video game would function. Yeah, I'm still not better about that, don't worry. I have no lasting trauma from playing Super Mario Sunshine. Corona Mountain is so bad it caused the pandemic. Oh god. There's so many layers to Corona Mountain being... Oh, that's unfortunate. Just fell short. Have I ever played Kingdom Hearts? Yes. I've played a good chunk of Kingdom Hearts 3 for reasons that should not surprise you at all. And then I enjoyed playing Kingdom Hearts 3 so much that I went back and played Kingdom Hearts 1. I didn't get nearly as far because I find the original Kingdom Hearts, at least what I played of it, to be kind of archaic in a lot of areas. But I still would like to finish playing the original game someday and check out Kingdom Hearts 2 as well, because I think a lot of people say Kingdom Hearts 2 is the best of the series. I should also say, because I know a lot of people are discontent with how Kingdom Hearts 3 played out narratively speaking, I have no skin in the game when it comes to Kingdom Hearts 3's actual story, because I don't care. People told me, do not start playing Kingdom Hearts with 3 because you will be confused out of your mind and have no idea what's going on. And so I did the only logical thing, which is just crash course myself through a bunch of YouTube video summaries and Wikipedia summaries and committing the story of Kingdom Hearts up to that point to memory so that I wouldn't be completely lost. And it did... The thing is, none of that mattered At all, at least for the chunk of, because I think all the actual story relevant stuff happens in the end of the game, but I never got to the end of the game. I was there for the Disney Worlds, and I stopped as soon as I ran out of Disney Worlds to play, or at least ran out of Disney Worlds I was interested in, because I got to the Pirates of the Caribbean world, and that's where I stopped. I just didn't really, and I checked, I looked up how many Disney Worlds were left, and it was just Big Hero 6, so at that point I was like, I got what I came here for, I don't need to finish this game. So, all the prep work I did, hardcore studying Kingdom Hearts lore, it didn't even matter. It did not matter at all. It was totally useless. Because most of the main story of that game doesn't really have anything to do with what came before. At least not from what I could, like, at the beginning, I understood at the beginning what was going on and why characters were doing what they were doing because of my understanding of the previous games. But past that point, once you leave, what is it, Twilight Town? Is it Twilight Town? There's two... The first, in Game 1 and Game 3, there's two different T-towns. It's Traverse Town and Twilight Town. One belongs to the first game, one belongs to the third game. I can never remember which one is which. But once you leave that part of the game, it doesn't really matter what happened before that point. There might be a couple cutscenes, like checking in with Kari or some characters, but really, for my purposes, I did not need to be as extensive and thorough as I was with researching Kingdom Hearts lore. Favorite vocal track in the Sonic franchise? It's probably Reach for the Stars, but that's a really hard question to answer because there's so many great ones. But my default answer was always going to be Reach for the Stars. Follow-up answer, Endless Possibilities, and I always have had a really soft spot for Dreams of an Absolution. Kingdom Hearts 3 story is extremely backloaded. Yeah, that seems to be what I've heard, is that it's... You get a little bit at the beginning, you get all the Disney World stuff, and then right at the end of the game, once you're done with Big Hero 6 land, and then you enter the third act, which is just a gauntlet of story all at once, which is an interesting... I don't know if that's how the other Kingdom Hearts games work, where you have all the Disney World stuff, and then at the end, it's like, okay, maybe we'll start giving you actual story now. But that's certainly the way it was in Kingdom Hearts 3. And for that reason, if that is something unique to Kingdom Hearts 3, I can certainly understand why people might have found that slightly disappointing compared to the other entries. But I was there exclusively for the Disney-themed worlds. Obviously, Toy Story was a standout in that department. But even, like, Toy Story wasn't the only reason. It was just a huge reason why I was playing that game. And then I found out they were adding a Tangled world, and a Monsters, Inc. world, and a Frozen world, and it's like, okay, well, now, this is an instant buy, no questions asked, zero thought process, obviously I'm playing this game. I was really excited for it, too. I was very much looking forward to playing Kingdom Hearts 3, and for my purposes, I was satisfied with my experience, but I understand that that was not the case for everyone, and I don't really blame people for being disappointed with it. Do I like Baymax? Of course I like Baymax. Baymax is adorable. Have a lollipop. The Baymax Disney Plus series is so adorable. I love it. He's just doing his best to help everyone. And then you get the finale when all that goodwill pays off and they all come back to help him in the end. That's so good. I have brought you a variety. Baymax is best boy. Favorite Disney animation film? Aladdin, hands down. Aladdin is my second favorite film of all time. I love Aladdin so much. I absolutely adore that movie. Could I have seen Final Destination Bloodlines instead of Lilo & Stitch in theaters if there was a good time? If there was a good time, I could have seen it, but you gotta understand, me seeing Lilo & Stitch, the remake in theaters, had nothing to do, well, okay, it had a little bit to do with just morbid curiosity, because I really wasn't expecting Lilo & Stitch to have the level of discourse that it had. I was expecting it to be another one where people go, oh, it's just the original, but worse, and then people go, no, it's new, it's different, I like the remake. The remake is... It's nostalgia. I get to see all my favorite characters on the big screen again, even though I can just watch the original movie whenever I want, but who cares? That's kind of what I expected, just like every other Disney live-action remake that's ever happened. Apart from Mulan. No one liked Mulan. Mulan was shit. No one liked that one. But all the other ones, I expected it to be kind of the same thing. That's not what happened. Instead, I got people calling it an outright betrayal of the original story, which doesn't usually happen. You know how bad you have to be to get a lot of just normal, average Joe people to be like, you fucked up big time. That is not normal. So that did pique my interest a little bit to be like, how badly did you screw this up? But the main reason why I saw it is just because it was literally the only movie I could have seen at that particular time that worked for my schedule. And my choices were that or sit around the theater waiting for the upper area to open. Do I have or grow a beard or a mustache on my face? No. I don't have the ability to. I mean, I don't like having facial hair. I don't. My facial hair, as far as a beard is concerned, my facial hair doesn't grow in a way that would allow me to have a really full beard. But also, I just wouldn't want to have one anyway. I prefer to be clean shaven. So, no. I do not have either of those things. Favorite score track from the Toy Story trilogy? Oh god, it's either The Claw or So Long, and I go back and forth almost on a daily basis, really, which one I think is better. It could either depend on my... It really could just depend on my mood, which of them I think is better. But it's one of those two. Like, right now, I'm leaning towards The Claw, but if you ask me tomorrow, I might be leaning towards So Long. Anyone else remember when Shrek 5 was initially slated to release the week after Toy Story 5? Yeah, that was a lot of people were talking about. It was going to be like the big comeback year for nostalgic animated franchises. You got Shrek and Toy Story 5 back to back. But yeah, and you know, regardless of anything else, that would have kind of been a big moment having those two come out so close together. Because I think Shrek is to DreamWorks what Toy Story is to Pixar. So it kind of would have been a nice moment for the series to have. But obviously that's not quite what happened, because the film got delayed. Not for the reasons that I do not. Wasn't it only delayed like half a year? I don't think that's enough. Some people are speculating that it got delayed so they can change the designs that everyone rightfully says are terrible. I don't think that's enough time for them to make any meaningful change. I mean, maybe. We'll see, I guess, but I don't know. It would surprise me if that was the reason why it was delayed. It would work. Shrek has the outhouse, Toy Story 5 has the toilet paper. Now that's the crossover we really need to see. Your family said the designs in Shrek 5 look exactly the same as they used to. Yeah, that's what a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about think. It really annoys me whenever anyone says that, because it just screams to me that you just don't remember the original movies, like, at all. Which, you know, not everyone is like us. Not everyone voraciously devours all this stuff. Not everyone is super fans of these franchises, and so we watch them again and again, and we know these movies inside and out. But I don't know, it's just like I think for most of them, for most people who say that, if you sat them down and really were like, okay, if I show you these two things back to back, can you honestly tell me that they are the same? I feel like, because there's been a lot of really great threads and videos explaining how obviously the Shrek 5 designs are not at all faithful to the original designs. They have very critical differences that make them stand out. And when you explain those things to people, I think for the most part, they're like, okay, yeah, I understand what you mean. But at face value, it's just a case of, like, people they just don't remember. They just haven't seen the movies in a while. And if you don't remember them, then, you know, they kind of look like Shrek. He's green, he has the pointy ears. They're voiced by the same characters, so why wouldn't they think that they're the same as they were before? But it's just, I don't know. It annoys me a lot. Thoughts on the Shrek movies? I answered this question yesterday, but in case you weren't here, I'll answer it again. Shrek 1 is amazing. Shrek 2 is somehow even more amazing. Shrek 3 is one of the worst things ever. Shrek 4 is highly underrated, and I might even go as far as to say it's also kind of amazing, or at least great. Puss in Boots is mediocre at best, but I would go a step further and just say it's outright bad. I don't think there's really much redeeming about that movie. Last Wish, on the other hand, is probably the best Shrek thing ever. Even though it's not technically a Shrek movie, it's within the Shrek series. And I do believe it is the best of the Shrek franchise. But what's baffling to me about it is people... I think I remember saying that it wasn't even confirmed if Puss in Boots is going to be in Shrek 5, or that if it might even be confirmed that he won't be, which is extremely bizarre to me, considering how The Last Wish ends. I don't know, one, considering how The Last Wish ends, and also considering how wildly successful The Last Wish was, why DreamWorks wouldn't want to include Puss in Shrek 5 is absolutely beyond me. How did I learn to drive car? In a parking lot with my dad. As I imagine is the case for many other... Well, in a parking lot with a parent, as I imagine is the case for most people. Well, I guess some people would go to a proper, like, driving school, but I never went to that. I went to... I went to a high school parking lot. Not my high school parking lot, because my high school didn't have a parking lot big enough to actually... do what my parents to actually it wasn't big enough to function as a racing track or as a training course for new drivers. I don't know why I said racing track. I think because I'm in a cosmic race right now, so my brain crossed the wires again. But yeah, that's how I learned to drive. The thing was a bait. Well, I mean, it might not be, right? It's possible that they could still... I don't know why I did that for this one. Doing the boost for this level is not the best idea when it's a bunch of fragmented small pieces. It could still be the case that they decide to put because I know that when I spoke, because I actually met the actor for Perito at a convention last summer, and we were talking about The Last Wish, and he was telling me some behind-the-scenes stories, and I said, I hope you guys get to be in Shrek 5, and he said, I hope so too, because what I do know is that they haven't finished writing the script yet. As of last summer, they had yet to finish writing the script, so it's possible that they could still add him if they're at that point of production. Still possible, you never know. So The Last Wish in a watch party with friends, blown away by how amazing it was. Yeah, I like I mentioned during yesterday's stream, I really was not expecting The Last Wish to be as great as it was. I went in with, well, okay, I didn't go into it with low expectations because the only reason I went to see it in the first place was because people were telling me how amazing it was. But when it was when I knew they were making a Puss in Boots 2, I was like, why? Just why? I had no expectations for it whatsoever. But then the film came out, and everyone was telling me, you gotta actually see it. This is, like, legit amazing. And I was just thinking, really? Alright. I guess I'll take your word for it and give it a shot. And boy, howdy, am I glad that I did. Thoughts on Nintendo confirming Mario and Peach being friends now? Cool. No particularly strong feelings on that one way or the other. Could I consider doing a Let's Play of Sakura Wars 1 and 2 if I can set up a Sega Saturn emulator? So... something I've kind of adopted recently is in regards to video game recommendations. I'm not as... I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. I'm not as receptive to new video games as I am to new movies. Because... I'm more open to exploring different types of movies than I am to exploring different types of games. There's very particular types of games that I like to play, and I think my lack of willingness to accept that reality is what led to me playing a lot of games that I just didn't really care for. So, when it comes to recommending games to me, while I do appreciate the recommendations, I've kind of backed off of like trying a bunch of new stuff just out of curiosity's sake, because I know odds are I probably won't really jive with it. Not to say I'll never try it, because, you know, I've tried things that are way outside my comfort zone before, and then ended up coming away really liking them. I just say it's not as clear-cut or of a guarantee as if someone were to recommend me some crazy off-the-walls movie. Best character in the Ice Age movies? Having recently rewatched all the Ice Age movies, I think I like Diego the best. I think Diego is my favorite of the bunch. But Manny's arc across the series is probably the cleanest. Because they do some strange things with Diego in movies too, and, well, I mean, yeah, I use the word strange because what he does in 2 isn't bad. It's just like his arc is not learning not to be afraid of the water, which, I mean, it's it's fine, I guess, but it's not. It pales in comparison to what they do with him in other movies. Whereas Manny, from beginning to end, it's such a clean arc of being an isolationist who's rejected the notion of family from what happened to him in his childhood to now wanting and embracing that life, and then seeing, because as much as I hate Collision Course, it does try to do something interesting with Manny's character, because if you have movies 1 through 3 are of him overcoming his isolationist and finding found family and finding, like, biological family, and then going from that to movie 3 where he has Peaches, and then Continental Drift is exploring him as an actual, like, rather than just the notion of being a father, it's him, how he actually parents Peaches, especially into her teen years. And then Collision Course has Peaches all grown up and getting married to some guy. And it's kind of, you see how far he's come now that he's, like, terrified of Peaches leaving the nest. So, like, and not to say, Manny, they do really, I hate the part where Manny becomes a maniacal Disney villain, and he's scheming like, what if we do this really evil thing, and then she'll never leave home, and she'll be our little girl forever! And you just want to shoot yourself, because it's the cringiest bullshit ever, and so out of character, and I hate it. But broadly speaking, you know, the broad strokes of his arc in Collision Course, at least they were onto something there. So yeah, my favorite of character would be Diego, but Manny probably has the cleanest. He's the character who most consistently gets things to do, because a lot, like I mentioned in my D23 video, a lot of the characters they just don't know what to do with after their initial introduction. They try sometimes to give them things to do, they just don't necessarily always succeed, because what they give him, that they like. Collision Course, Diego's arc is, hey, we should have a family of our own someday. Why are kids afraid of us? Oh, they're afraid of us because we're saber-toothed tigers. But then they save the world, and so kids are no longer afraid of them. Woohoo, what an enthralling arc. Which doesn't even make sense, because if they had, like, if they made it explicit they wanted to adopt, then that makes sense, but they didn't. They're just like, we should have a family, but, like, you mean biologically? Because if you had a biological family, then obviously your own kids who would also be saber-toothed tigers would not be afraid of you. What is this dumbass logic? I can't follow this terrible movie. Oh well. It was kind of nice to be able to vent about Ice Age, because it is something I do have a pretty good amount of passion for. Like, I saw Continental Drift 4 times in theaters, to put things in perspective. I was really excited. In fact, I watched the whole Ice Age series leading up to because I didn't even know what Ice Age was before Continental Drift, but I saw a trailer for Continental Drift in theaters. I don't even remember what movie it was for, like what movie the trailer showed in front of, but it looked good enough to me to want to watch the other 3 movies first. And it's just, I had a brief amount of time to rant about it in my worst movies video, but I mean, I don't know that I really was that substantive or meaningful about anything I said in those videos. Whereas the D23 video was like, that was full catharsis for me. Just being able to talk about all these characters and the stories that I'd felt such passion for, but never really had a chance to properly express. It's pretty cool. A lot of reasons I'm happy with how that video turned out. And that is one of them. Why is Ice Age 6 happening? Give us money! That's why. Thoughts on the villain of Ice Age Collision Course? You mean the stupid birds? The bird, or the dinosaur, the flying dinosaur. So the dinosaurs in Collision Course, their master plan is, oh, an asteroid's going to hit the Earth, and the mammals are trying to stop it from hitting the Earth. I have a brilliant idea. We're going to stop the mammals from stopping the asteroid, because then the asteroid will kill everything, and we'll be able to fly high above the destruction and rule the new world. Collision Course is such a shit movie. Oh god, that logic is... Still wondering how Boiling Point's even gonna work. Man, I don't know. I just don't... Whatever. Well... I don't even know if I'm gonna watch it. If I do watch it, it'll probably just be on streaming, because I don't know, I can't spending money on a ticket to go see Boiling Points in theaters. Collision Course was so disappointing. I mean, I wasn't even really, like, excited for Collision Course, because the premise was just so stupid. It's like, oh, they're stopping an asteroid, literally. When I first heard the premise was going to be an asteroid's coming to Earth and Manny and Sid and Diego and the gang have to stop it, I'm like, are they going to space? Please tell me they're going to space. Please tell me they're going to space in the Ice Age. That'd be fucking hilarious. And they kind of did. I mean, those characters didn't, but Scrat did. Which, you know, I guess if there ever was going to be a character who goes to space, it would be him, because he does all the crazy shit. But I just couldn't believe how things did. So yeah, I kind of expected this would be their jumping the shark moment of just we have gone too far now. But I was not, even then I wasn't expecting it to be that bad. It was a surprise how awful Collision Course. I think it also doesn't help that I saw it on vacation when I was visiting my grandparents, and my grandparents live in a really small town, so they don't really have... It was kind of an eerie experience. They don't have like an AMC or a Regal or any mainstream movie theater, which, not to knock non-mainstream theaters, by the way, because you can always, it's nice to be able to support smaller businesses who often will, you might even have a better experience there because they may not be as bloated with advertisements. The service might even be better because they have some less people to account for, and there's also a chance of it being less crowded, so you have less idiots to deal with in the audience doing stupid shit like throwing popcorn and just talking and being on their phone the whole time. But this specific movie theater we went to in their incredibly small podunk town, I don't know if it's been in operation for the last 10 years. We were the ones to open the theater. We were well past the official opening time, and we walked in and it looked like the employees were all just casually chilling, like they were hanging out just as friends. They were like surprised that someone was at their movie theater to see a movie, and they had to warm up the projectors just for us. So the quality was crap, the screen size was crap, the seats were horrendously uncomfortable. And then on top of all that, the movie was just shit anyway. So, you know, when I revisited it later, I gave it another shot thinking, okay, maybe I just treated it too harshly because the circumstances under which I saw it were really bad. Like, for instance, when I was with my family over the summer in 2023 and we saw Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning, I saw it with my parents, and my dad, they refitted the movie theater seats to be more modern and more, well, I consider them more comfortable, and I imagine most people will consider them more comfortable. But my dad has really sensitive neck and back issues, and for him, they were like agonizingly uncomfortable to the point where he had to get up out of the theater and just stand in the hall and watch it from the aisle instead of actually sitting to watch it. So he walked out of Dead Reckoning saying it was terrible and he hated it, but then he rewatched it at home on digital leading up to the release of Final Reckoning, and he enjoyed it a lot more. So that was kind of what I expected might happen with Collision Course. It did not. It's still shit. It was the movie theater made it worse, but it did not. The movie was just bad, just top to bottom. I've seen the Narnia movies. I've seen the Chronicles of Narnia. It was, my friends showed it to me recently, actually. It was the 2005 one, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. It was alright. It was a neat movie. I'm glad I watched it. Can I do audio commentaries for Ice Age movies? I don't know if the other Space Rangers are all that interested in Ice Age, to be perfectly honest with you. I wouldn't rule out the possibility of me making videos on Ice Age at some point, especially because, to my surprise, it seems like a lot of people have said that one of their favorite parts from the D23 video was the Ice Age rant. So, you know, I might make more in-depth Ice Age videos at some point in the future. I don't have any current plans to, but I wouldn't, it's not out of the question that I might at some point. Thoughts on the Hotel Transylvania movies? I would need to rewatch them. It's been, I can't even remember. I think the last time I watched the Hotel Transylvania movies was pre-pandemic, when the third one was coming out. I haven't even seen the fourth one. I don't know what happens in the fourth one. But based on what I remember, I'd say the first one is good, solid. Second one is alright, kind of messy, but mostly solid. And then the third one, I didn't even finish. Like, I actually didn't even finish watching the third movie. It just, I found it so vapid, and so uninteresting, and so overly kidified and safe that I did not care. I did not finish it. And so, naturally didn't watch the fourth movie either. But I do remember the first one being pretty solid, all things considered. But haven't watched it in a very long time, so I could have very different feelings on it upon further examination. Why are they making another Ice Age? Isn't Blue Sky Studios dead? Yeah, but Disney wants money, and so they're gonna keep milking it. Yes, sometimes I have to wonder, what do the casts think about all these? Like, do you think they all still have true blue passion for the series at this point? Or do you think for them it is just, because, just a paycheck? I don't know. Like, I believe Simon Pegg has true blue passion for Ice Age. Even though Collision Course was crap. I believe that he believed in the movie that he was making. Because I've listened to interviews with him. Simon Pegg's the voice of Buck, in case you didn't know. I've listened to interviews with him, and he was, like, legitimately disappointed that he wasn't in Continental Drift. I mean, he knew that he wasn't going to be, right? Because, of course, the way Dawn of the Dinosaurs ended, he couldn't be in the next Ice Age movie because of the choice that Buck makes. But he said it was a bittersweet feeling knowing that the herd was still going on another adventure without him. Like, I believe that he still has passion for the series. I wonder sometimes. I wonder... Is it just... I don't know. A lack of... Like, when Tim Allen says he's very protective of the... I believe Tim Allen does still have passion for Buzz. Because, like, when Lightyear came out, he was legitimately confused why they didn't have him do the voice. And I guess you could argue that's because he wanted to get paid. But the thing is, like, I feel like a lot of these actors don't need the money. Like, like, not to say that all actors get paid the big bucks, because generally speaking, actors don't really get paid nearly as much as you think they do. But when it comes to big names like Tom Hanks and Tim Allen, I feel like they gotta have fuck you money at this point. So I don't really think that the promise of another paycheck is that tantalizing to them. So, like, when Tim Allen says that he is protective of the Buzz Lightyear character, I don't know, I kind of believe him. Maybe it's naive, but I kind of believe him when he says that. But I wonder how many people it applies to when it comes to these big franchises that just keep going on forever. Morning, how am I? I'm doing pretty good. Chilling, talking about movies, playing a game I love. I'm doing great. Thoughts on Migration? I haven't seen it. I don't really care to. Thoughts on the Despicable Me and Minions movies? Another series that I would need to revisit. Well, actually, I guess not really, because I revisited that pretty recently. I rewatched the first two movies leading up to Despicable Me 4 last year. I tried watching a little bit of Despicable Me 3, but that's another one I just couldn't get through. I jumped around a little bit, but I could not finish it. So, Despicable Me 1 is solid. I don't even really think that any of them are that great. Like, I know a lot of people say Despicable Me 1 is great. I don't even think it's that great. I think it's good. It's solid. It's a solid movie that I would recommend, but I don't find it to be that great. 2 is underappreciated. I'd say that 2 is good. Flawed, messy, but still good. 3 is a disaster, and 4 is even more of a disaster. Minions, I remember almost nothing about, but it's probably the worst of all of them from what I do remember. Rise of Gru, I know that was a big meme movie when it came out, but I don't really care for it. I did not find it nearly as memeable or funny as a lot of people did. Thoughts on the Teletubbies series? I have never seen Teletubbies. That was not one of the shows I watched when I was super young, so, I have no thoughts on that. I did see, like, ads for it on the like, I had DVDs of the JJ the Jet Plane, which, as an adult, fucking horrifying show. Seeing the planes with ginormous human faces grafted onto the front. But as a kid, I liked the show quite a bit. And I remember, I think it was JJ the Jet Plane, where I saw advertisements for Teletubbies, or maybe it was Bob the Builder or something. I'm not entirely sure, but I know I did see ads for it, so I knew vaguely what the Teletubbies was. I just had never actually watched it myself. Favorite Looney Tunes character, as you might be able to tell from my videos and the clips I've used, is Daffy Duck. Love, love, love Daffy Duck. What about Thomas the Tank Engine? So, weirdly enough, I knew the theme song. They're 2, they're 4, they're 6, they're 8, shunting trucks in hauling freight. I knew that. I don't know why I knew that, but I did know it. And in fact, one of my... I don't know if you call it a core memory, but one of the memories I have that it was... I don't know why I walked in the water there. It was a pretty fond memory. Was when I was visiting my grandparents for the summer. This is when I was like probably 10 or 11 years old. And I was sitting on my grandmother's swing set with my cousin, who was... I think she would have been... like... 5 or 6 at the time. And I guess Thomas the Tank Engine was something she was really big into. And we were singing the theme song together. Come on. Come on. Yes! No! Nope! Nope! Got it! Nailed it. So that was kind of a fond memory I have, but I have never watched Thomas the Tank Engine myself. What do I think is the worst kids show reboot? Well, you'll have to remind me of some of them that have been rebooted for me to really answer this. The Rugrats reboot looked... I mean, I haven't watched most of them. I've watched... The only one I've watched is Blue's Clues and You, which I think is... Like, I'm not too fond of Josh as a host, but I was glad Blue's Clues and You existed, because it is basically just the same show again, just with some more modern elements for the next generation of kids. And Blue's Clues is a show that I believe deserves to go on forever, much like Sesame Street has gone on forever, and hopefully will always go on forever. I'm glad that, like, it's obviously not my Blue's Clues, but it's a Blue's Clues for the next generation, and one that I'm happy to have existed. It's not offensive, it's very faithful and very respectful. But, like, the Rugrats reboot, that I've, again, not seen it, I've not watched it, but that looked horrible. The Bob the Builder reboot looked horrible. But other than that, I don't really know much about a lot of them. What's my favorite animated studio? Well, favorite's a strong word, but Pixar's the one that I've always had the most amount of passion for. their movies were the most influential when I was growing up. So I think it has to be Pixar. Thoughts on Blue's Clues? Blue's Clues, if it wouldn't immediately get me mocked by everyone online, is a show that I would be more than willing to make a full-fledged video essay on, just talking about how good it is. Because the thing is, like, that may sound ridiculous to you, but you gotta understand, there are degrees of quality in preschool-oriented shows, and Blue's Clues is easily in the upper echelon. It's very sophisticated, it's a very smartly written show that deserves credit for being very sophisticated, and the example I always point to is how they pass the baton between Steve and Joe, because, you know, when you're dealing with really young kids, you can't just do what Iron Man 2 did with Don Cheadle, where they're like, okay, I'm here now, deal with it, and you have like a meta throwaway line to kind of lampshade the change and then just move on. You can't really do that with kids, because for kids, that's their whole world is, they know Steve on the big screen. That's their guy, that's their friend that they've talked with and learned with and found clues with and made fun of for not being able to find clues with. So you can't just take him out of the show and replace him with Joe. So the way they handle it, by first introducing Joe as a cameo, like as a guest star, like so many other guest stars had come onto the show before that point. But then that you bring him back again for a second episode, which is not really common at that point. So you do that, and then when you bring him back, you give him a brief, like you have him working alongside Steve, learning the game of Blue's Clues as like a tutorial kind of thing. But then you have one section right at the end where Joe has to find a clue all by himself, and Steve and Blue are nowhere to be found. So you're kind of slowly getting the kids used to the idea of Joe being the new host. And then the third part of, because there was a trilogy of episodes that led up to the big moment where Steve goes off to college, and the final part of the trilogy, Steve really isn't in that much of the episode. It's mainly Joe, because obviously Steve's packing for college. He doesn't have time to do a bunch of fun things anymore, but he still gets a couple moments. And so the way they handle that baton pass to where it makes a really young kid who doesn't understand the mechanics of what's happening behind the scenes, getting them comfortable with the idea of Steve going off to college and Joe taking up the mantle of responsibility, that's really hard to do. Like, they could have just said, screw you, Joe's here now, deal with it. But they didn't. And that's because they really cared about, you know, they did research with child therapists and psychologists, like how to make a show that appeals to kids, but also conveys this information in a way that is both entertaining and informative for them. And not every preschool show does that. Sometimes they just vomit out whatever to try to be as, like, you know, it's shiny and bright, and kids love shiny, bright stuff. So of course they'll love this without really putting much further thought into it. But they didn't do that with Blue's Clues. And there's a lot of that level of sophisticated, intelligent writing that I think is often dismissed by people just because it is a preschool show. And this isn't me arguing like Blue's Clues is secretly a show for adults, because obviously it's not. You can watch it if you want, and I'm not gonna judge you for it, because it's not my business what you do or don't do with your spare time. But it is obviously still a show for preschoolers. No one would deny that. But there are tiers to preschool-oriented shows. And I wouldn't be opposed to one day making a video going into why Blue's Clues stands so far up above the rest, because I don't think it gets the credit it deserves in that respect. You're not emotionally intelligent enough to watch Blue's Clues. I remember that line. Because you aren't emotionally intelligent enough to watch Blue's Clues, or something. I think that's how I delivered it. I'm at the point where people know my videos better than I do. Because once I finish making a video, I kind of don't ever want to think about it again. Like, while I'm making the video, while I'm editing it, I can listen to myself, no problem, because I'm thinking about it strictly clinically. I'm thinking about, okay, this is the best take, that's the best take, does this clip work with what I'm saying, is this out of sync? And I can do that again and again and again, and not really hate myself. But as soon as the video's done, as soon as it's locked, it's rendered, and it's uploaded, I never want to look at it again. Because at that point, I'm embarrassed by myself. I don't like listening to myself in a non-production context. I don't like listening to myself. Like, I wouldn't want to be in the room when someone's watching one of my videos. And that, and also I just, usually when I look at my videos, all I see are the things I didn't have time to fix. So, at this point, like, people probably know a lot of my videos better than I do. Am I excited for the sequel for the Mario movie? Excited? No. But optimistic that they... I am optimistic that they will improve. I am most certainly optimistic that they will improve. Because I have to, much like is the case for the second FNAF movie, I have to believe that they will, that they have taken feedback to heart, and that they will, not to say that it's guaranteed to be great or anything, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that they have taken some criticism to heart, and are interested in kind of improving. Like, for as flawed as the original Mario movie was, I do not believe it was made for lack of trying or lack of passion. I do believe that the people working on that movie, if not the people working on that movie cared, at least they had someone twisting their arm the entire time, being like, you better get this right, you fuckers. You better have someone on the team. Maybe not everyone, because there's Illumination, but someone on the team had a lot of passion for the Mario series. That is abundantly clear. I just wish it translated into a better story, is all. I should also clarify what I mean by Illumination. Not the snide remark about not having passion for things. I know, I have heard stories from people saying Illumination is like a great place to work and they treat their employees really well and they're fervently against the use of AI. That's all great stuff. But that doesn't mean I have to like their movies. And frankly, I find most, if not all, of what Illumination has made since Despicable Me to be vapid at best. So I think honestly, the main thing, their main priority when it comes to making movies is just, can we make ourselves laugh? Can we make something really silly and off the walls and funny? And if they can, because I imagine that the work culture at Illumination is kind of carefree and just like very happy-go-lucky. Everyone kind of just gets along, kind of thing. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's their priority when making these movies, rather than telling a, like, I don't think story is necessarily their priority a lot of the time. Will I make an LP version of Secret of the Mimic when the VR version releases? Yes, 100%. Because I am very much still a FNAF, even though I would not consider myself to be a part of the FNAF fandom, I am absolutely still a FNAF fan, and I have been dying to play Secret of the Mimic ever since it came out, but I've just been waiting for a VR mode. The instant VR mode comes out, unless I'm knee-deep in production for a video and I don't have time, I will absolutely race to, record an LP for that game. Let's hope I timed this well. I did indeed time that well. Cool. The real VR mode was the friends we made along the way. Yeah, maybe someday. Maybe someday Steelwool will be kind to me and give me... That's all I want for Christmas. Can we at least get a VR mode by the end of the year? That'd be cool. It'd be really cool if we could get a VR mode by the end of 2025. Yeah, that's right. Come down to me, buddy. Don't hit the ground. Just come over to me. Perfect. Thoughts on Mario Party? I can very easily get annoyed playing Mario Party because it is a game that very, very heavily relies on luck. But I've also had fun playing Mario Party with friends. I've been as frustrated as I have been delighted playing Mario Party with friends, so I guess that's just the Mario Party experience. Minigames are fun. Mario Party minigames, if nothing else, are always a lot of fun. Brian Tyler with the score. Okay, yeah, that's the other thing. Is they better not do the same shit they did in the original movie, where you have Brian Tyler compose all these great pieces that perfectly match the tone of the scenes, and then they just replace it with Take On Me. That, I think if nothing else, they won't try that shit again. Because that's the one thing everyone unanimously agrees upon should just not have happened. I would hope that we don't have to deal with that again. Or that if they do want to use a pop song, it's with more... Because, like, at the end of Shrek 2, when they play I Need a Hero, or Holding Out for a Hero, it's intentional, it's with deliberate purpose, and it tonally and thematically fits the scene and what's happening. It's not just they didn't just randomly throw in a pop song for no reason, which feels like what they did in the Mario movie. So, you know, I'm not anti-popular mainstream music making its way into the Mario movie. Like, I don't like to be absolutist about most things. Just have it make sense. And also, don't replace Brian Tyler's score for it. That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. Favorite Disney Channel sitcom is always going to be Good Luck Charlie. Good Luck Charlie, oh, I love that show. Because so there's some Disney Channel sitcoms where I'm like, okay, it's not great, but I like it a lot, and I have a lot of I jumped down the wrong side shit. And I have a lot of fond memories watching it. It's like, that's the kind of relationship that I have with some, like, well, I don't know, Austin and Ally I would defend a little more than that. I wouldn't defend it as a great show. I defend it as a good show with great music. But I like that show more than I'd say it's a good show. Whereas Good Luck Charlie, I just straight up defend as a good show. That is a great sitcom that I would readily recommend to anyone, regardless of age. I think even, like, I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure when the show was coming out, it was one of the most popular TV shows just on any network ever. And the cast, because I remember watching a reunion, like, because when the pandemic was happening, of course, you had a lot of people were capitalizing on the opportunity to get a bunch of casts back together for Zoom reunions in 2020. And one of them was Good Luck Charlie, and I remember the interviewer for the reunion was saying, like, Good Luck Charlie was the #1 show on television at some point. And I had no idea that was ever the case, but apparently neither did the cast. Because the cast was like, no one told us that. We just came to work every day and did our job. And I think that humble attitude is part of why the show ended up being so good. Because they just did their thing. They did their job. They made a good show. They put in their hours and didn't let themselves get too big for the britches. And that was, I'd say that shows in the finished product. I love Good Luck Charlie. Not to say every episode is a guaranteed certified classic. I don't think that's the case for really any sitcom. But I'd still say that's a great show. Liv and Maddie, I've been meaning to revisit Liv and Maddie for a while, because I think it's a good show, but also I'm not sure. I at least can say that season 4 sucks. I remember fucking hating I just jumped right into the sand. I remember hating season 4 when I first watched the show as it was airing. Liv and Maddie, Callie style. Garbage style, more like that. I was so disappointed by. I think I remember liking how it ended at the actual final episode, or the final few episodes, but the road to get there was just pain. I don't know what the hell they were thinking, but Liv and Maddie as a whole, I would need to, because it's possible the whole show was crap, and I just was getting older, and so, like, season 4 of Liv and Maddie was when I first started to phase out of Disney Channel sitcoms. Or it's possible that the first 3 seasons were in fact good, and they just completely dropped the ball with Liv and Maddie season 4. I don't know. That's one of the shows I've been meaning to revisit for a while and seeing how I feel about it in retrospect. Dog with a Blog, I think I can just say pretty confidently, is just crap. I mean, I liked it, but that's not one. I don't feel the need to revisit that one. But I think I can just say, yeah, that was pretty shite, isn't it? Uh-oh. No. No. There. What about Jessie? Ooh, Jessie. I liked... Jessie was a show that I liked whenever it was on, but I never watched it consistently. I've not seen the full Jessie series from beginning to end. I watched it every now and again if it was on, and when it was on, I didn't hate it. But I never loved it. Girl Meets World, that one I never watched. I love the theme song, the Take on the World. Love the theme song. But the show itself, I never really watched. That was, again, as I was, like, I think at that point, when was Girl Meets World 2014 that it started? Now I gotta, let me, as I'm feeding the Luma, let me open up IMDb with my left hand. Just hope I don't miss any of the star bits. Okay, yeah, 2014, that's what I thought. So, it aired when I was big into this, like, 2014 was probably the peak of my investment in the Disney Channel. I remember they had this, like, the summer, was it I think it was like a sci-fi themed summer kind of thing, because they had the Austin and Ally Alien episode around the same time the Phineas and Ferb Star Wars was airing. That was like a big event on Disney Channel. So it wasn't, I thought it might have been that I was starting to lose interest in Disney Channel when Girl Meets World was airing. That wasn't the case. I guess it just never grabbed my interest. That one was never really my thing. I'll tell you what one definitely didn't grab my interest, though, was, like, Girl Meets World, at least, even though if it wasn't my thing, I could at least say looked pretty good. Like, it looked like a good show, just not one that I was interested in. Best Friends Whenever, however, that was the first Disney Channel show that I remember actively going, no, nah, I'm good. I'll pass on this one, thanks, though. Bizarre, oh god, Bizarre, oh, fuck Bizarrevark. I don't know what it was. I don't want to know what it was. Fuck Bizarrevark. I completely forgot that even existed until this exact second. Favorite Nickelodeon sitcom? I never watched any, so from what I know, I think Nickelodeon sitcoms are Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Victorious, iCarly, and then those are all the ones I can name. I didn't watch any of those. I grew up on Disney Channel sitcoms, not Nickelodeon sitcoms. Ow. Even though, oddly enough, I think I watched more animated stuff from Nickelodeon, but more live-action stuff from Disney. Because with Disney, really the only thing I watched was Phineas and Ferb. Like, I eventually found Gravity Falls, but by that point, it was well into Season 2, so I wasn't there for the full run of the show. Whereas with Nickelodeon, I had SpongeBob SquarePants, Fairly Odd Parents, Jimmy Neutron. Obviously, Rugrats was Nickelodeon as well. So I think it was more animation for Nickelodeon and more live action for Disney. Oh, Zack and Cody was Disney? Oh, wow, I legit had no idea. I think I just lumped it into the category of Nickelodeon because it's one that I never knew anything about. Yeah, I never watched. Okay, so Wizards of Waverly Place. That was Disney then. That sounds like a Disney show. Wizards of Waverly. Oh no, yeah, it has to be because they just released a new theme song takeover, Wizards Before Waverly Place, with Luz and Amity, because get it, it's like wizards and witches, and it's a funny play on words. Tell them what I thought of Suits LA. Suits LA is fucking garbage, and I'm glad it got canceled after one season. It's an embarrassing attempt to capitalize off the popularity of Suits by just copy-pasting all the character arcs and character beats and character personalities without carrying over any of the actual substance that made the original show interesting. That's the shortest way I can say that Suits LA is trash and you shouldn't watch it. Ever seen Zack and Cody? No. Never seen it. As I think is evidenced by the fact that I didn't even know what network it aired on originally. What is FG's top 4 favorite movies? I don't know, ask her. I could probably give you some of... I think she actually answered this question in our Halo stream we did back in 2022. If her answers are still the same as they were, then some of the ones included would be How to Train Your Dragon, Encanto, and the Digimon movie, I think. Or Paimon or something like that. But I'm not her, so you'll have to ask her next time she's either on a stream with me or next time she streams herself. For I cannot answer for her. Favorite Owl House character? Luz. Luz is me and I am Luz. Luz has always been my favorite. She's the one who I most strongly identify with. I haven't seen Josh Cooley's video where he explains each and every Toy Story toy. No, but it's funny you bring that up because I've seen that video and I recommended it recently. I guess maybe it's been hitting a lot of people's recommended and that's why you're bringing it up, but no, I have not seen that video. Yours is Eda Clawthorne? Yeah, that's... I mean, the thing with Owl's characters is that they're all so well written that I kind of... doesn't really... Whoever you say, you're not wrong. Whoever you think is the best character, there's a solid argument to be made. For everyone, I guess, except for Gus, because Gus really gets shafted in Owl House. I mean, they do... I like what they do with him in the little amount of time they had, but he's clearly the character who most severely suffered as a result of the shortening. And it's a shame. Because they were setting up a lot of really interesting stuff with this character at the beginning of Season 2. But then, of course, the show got shortened, and they had to course correct. And it's a shame. It's a shame that it all ended up the way that it did, but I'm not going to belabor you with the tragic tale of Owl House yet again. You all know full well what happened by this point. Frankie or Andy? Andy. So, it's much like with Owl House. The problem is that they're both really interesting characters with their own unique traits, quirks, and conflicts. And there's a lot of potential to make them both really, really interesting. But I think I'm drawn more so to Andy than I am to Frankie. Slightly. Do I own any amiibos? Yes, I own 3 of them. I own the Toad amiibo, which I bought for when I was making my Captain Toad Treasure Tracker walkthrough. This is on the Wii U version where you actually needed to buy the physical Toad amiibo in order to get all the Pixel Toads. I own the Yoshi Yarn amiibo because that came bundled with Yoshi's Woolly World. And I own the Donkey Kong and Pauline amiibo for Bonanza. But those are... And I hope to acquire the Mario Galaxy amiibos if I can get them at a price that just doesn't drain my wallet and bank account. But, yeah, that's currently all the amiibos that I have. I'm not really big. I've only ever bought amiibos for practical purposes or because it was just dropped in my lap. Right, like, the Yoshi amiibo I didn't buy, I bought the game and so also got the amiibo. The Toad amiibo I bought because I needed it to complete my walkthrough. And the Donkey Kong amiibo I bought because I heard it had in-game benefits, and so that's why I wanted to get it. I don't really collect amiibo for... Like, I have on my shelf over there, I have little figurines of all the Owl House characters. Or at least all the main... Like, I have Luz, Eda, King, Hunter, Gus, Amity, Willow, and then a special one of the Golden Guard. I have... I do kind of collect things like that, but I am not that way with amiibo figurines. I only ever buy them for practical reasons. Except for... I'll quickly say, except for the Mario Galaxy ones. Those ones I would want to buy just because they look awesome and I love Mario Galaxy. But generally speaking, up until this point, it's only ever been for practical purposes. Gabby's Dollhouse, the movie commentary, when? Well, never, but the reason I read this out, or read that message out, is because I do legitimately feel bad about the Gabby's Dollhouse movie. Because even though I've never seen the show it's based on, I know it was created by the same person who made one of the co-creators of Blue's Clues, Tracy Page Johnson. And even, again, never seen the movie, but from what I can tell, never seen the show, but from what I can tell, it seems like the Gabby's Dollhouse show is pretty positively received by its target demographic. It has, I think, a 7 out of 10 on IMDb. So if the movie is as bad as people say it is, it's disappointing that it wasn't faithfully adapted, and it didn't get the big screen treatment that it apparently deserved. Brenda Song plays one of the main characters in Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Oh, I did not know that. I know her from, well, I primarily know her from Amphibia, obviously, but I also know she had a decently sized role in The Social Network. She has one of the funniest and most unhinged scenes in The Social Network. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to fall here. That's fine. I almost made that work. Oh, come on, we can do this. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe that ledge is not something you can actually... Okay, it might not... I might be just short of being able to grab onto that. Unfortunate. Are there any Adam Sandler movies I've seen? Yeah, I don't know that I can name them all off the top of my head. I've seen... I've seen Happy Gilmore, and obviously we were talking about, Hotel Transylvania. That's technically an Adam Sandler movie. If you hit me with some other Adam Sandler movies, I can tell you if I've seen them or not. But off the top of my head, I've seen Happy Gilmore. I've seen... Uncut Gems, obviously. I've seen Uncut Gems, which brings out a side of him that I don't think most people knew he had up until that point. Is it Pixels? Fucking, I don't care. Never seen. Pixels is not a movie I ever have any plans to see. I'm good. I'll pass. Favorite cartoon mom? Camila from the Owl House. Brenda's also married to Macaulay Culkin. That is true. And, I think, so I'm pretty sure Brenda's, if someone can feel free to fact check me on this, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure Brenda Song and Macaulay Culkin are voicing characters in Zootopia 2, and I'm also pretty sure that said characters are siblings, which is a strange choice. I mean, they're acting, right, so, you know, doesn't have to mimic reality. It's just weird that you would choose to make them play siblings instead of a married couple. Or just a couple in, I don't know, that was weird. That's very strange. Luz's mom? Yeah, Camila is Luz's mom from the Owl House. Have I seen the Minecraft movie? If so, what are my thoughts on it? My thoughts are I don't want to watch it. I've heard things. Too many other better things I could be doing with my life than watching a Minecraft movie. Thoughts on Happy Gilmore? I liked it I mean, I saw it when I was a really young kid, so maybe my feelings on it would be different if I watched it today, but I liked it when I was a kid. But that being said, I do not have any plans on watching Happy Gilmore 2. I've heard nothing but terrible things. I'm not interested in Happy Gilmore 2. Pixels is a so bad it's good movie. I can believe that, but I'm not gonna find out for myself. Remember the trash story I told us about in the Toy Story 3 retrospective? I sure do. You've heard bad things about Amity's mother. Those bad things are probably accurate because Amity's mother kind of sucks. She sucks big time. But she's a great antagonistic force. She's one of those characters you love to hate. For me, at least. Some people might just hate to hate her, but she's one of those love-to-hate characters for me. Have I seen Daddy Daycare? No, I have not. Best child actor in a movie? So, the first thing that comes to my head actually isn't a movie, it's a TV show. one of the best child performances I've ever seen in anything is Noah Schnapp in Stranger Things Season 2. The level of raw emotion that he has to pull off is it's heartbreaking and it's extraordinary. And that is my go-to. Whenever someone asks me, like, what's your favorite child performance, that's what I think of immediately, is Stranger Things Season 2, Noah Schnapp as Will Byers. I mean, all the Stranger Things kids do a fantastic job, but Noah Schnapp as Will is the standout of that season. In much the same way that I would say Sadie Sink as Max is the standout of Season 4. In Season 1, I think everyone's pretty much on the same level. Well, I guess that Millie Bobby Brown as 11 would be the standout in Season 1, because of how she has to convey so much with so little. But I mean, of like the main core group of Mike, Dustin, Luke, Will, they're all pretty great. They're all consistently really, really great. So it made you laugh so much. A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that I think it's because it's just so relatable to a lot of people, and I didn't realize it would be so relatable, honestly. Like, I thought, because in my head, my logic is, if people are complaining about this happening in Toy Story 3, this must not be a thing that commonly happens. I must just be unlucky in having this happen to me. I found out that was not the case at all. Apparently, it's a very relatable story. And I think because it's so relatable to a lot of people, that's why they find it funny. What about Click? Haven't seen Click. Have I seen the Toy Story musical? No, I checked out I briefly started watching it last year when I was doing the 10-year anniversary Five Nights at Freddy's stream, but I haven't actually watched it in full. I haven't seen Click? No, I have not. I don't even know what Click is. Put the game down and watch it. Nah, I'm good. I'll look into what it is a little later, but I'm happy to keep playing Mario Galaxy for the time being. One of my favorite galaxies is coming up next. Have I seen Amazing World of Gumball? No. In fact, Gugonic actually made a Gumball reference in our Blues Big City Adventure commentary, and I had no idea he did that, so I didn't put any Gumball clips in, because I didn't know that's what he was doing. We can go beat the game now. Question is, should we? Should we fight Bowser now, or should we keep doing regular galaxies? Because we could go to the center of the universe and fight Bowser. Or we could just do normal galaxies. Thoughts on the Grown Ups films? Haven't seen them. Haven't seen Jack and Jill. I have not. Favorite song from Toy Story is... This is another one where my answer changes each time I get asked. Right now, I'm feeling Woody's Roundup. Yeah. I'll go with Woody's Roundup for now. Do a straw poll. I could make a poll, actually. It's, I'll take a brief moment here. Let's see, how do I do this again? Start a poll. Right, Bowser? There we go. Short, sweet, to the point. Fight Bowser, yes or no? I will abide by the results of this poll. In the meantime, I'll read some more messages from people. Favorite cartoon dad? Doofenshmirtz. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Do I need to fight him more than once for 100%? Yes. You have to fight him. You have to fight him once, and then that unlocks things like the purple coins and the trial galaxies. And then you have to fight him again, and that unlocks Super Luigi Galaxy. She's 16! Zap! Dead immediately. Thoughts on the Paw Patrol franchise? I have never seen anything Paw Patrol related. Your favorite cartoon dad is Homer Simpson. I might say that as well when I eventually watch the parts of Simpson that are actually good. I've only seen the first episode. Well, I mentioned during yesterday's stream, I've seen bits and pieces of The Simpsons. And every bit I've seen of it has made me laugh, so I wanted to watch the full show. Watched the first episode, wasn't really wowed by it, but I've heard that season 2 is when it gets really good, and then it's consistently great until season 8, and then after that it starts to taper off. Can't wait to see my reaction to Secret of the Mimic when I play it. I've heard that from a lot of people, which I'm like, it has me both nervous and excited. Like, why are so many people... Is it just because I did the LP of... Well, one, because I said Security Breach is shit, so... And I had that big montage of me raging at how shit the game was. And then I had the Help 1 and 2 Let's Play. Is that it? Or is it because there's something unique about Secret of the Mimic that has people really wanting me... I don't know. I'm interested. Okay, it looks like it's a closer vote than I would have expected, but it looks like we're leaning slightly in favor of no. The Simpsons episode I saw was Christmas one, Simpsons roasting on an open fire, right? Yes. That was indeed the first episode that I saw. The first and only episode that I saw. You think Help 1 and 2 is worth playing, or worth finishing when you can only play flat mode? I mean, speaking as someone who 100%ed both games in flat mode and had a miserable fucking time doing it, yeah, I mean, if you bought it, I guess you may as well give it a go and try to finish it. But I find both games borderline unplayable. Thoughts on the FNAF movie 2 before it comes out? I hope that people... I hope that they learned from their mistakes. I hope that they were listening to fan feedback, which I believe that they did. It just depends on how much. Alright, looks like we're gonna wait. Looks like we're waiting, and then we will come back. I am a little sad that it wasn't a big blowout, because when it's not a big blowout, it means that there's a lot of people that were hoping for something else. But it's fine. We'll fight Bowser again at some point. I should also activate the teleporter now so I can more easily get up here later. Favorite build I've ever done in Minecraft? I recreated the entirety of my middle school for a school project, and I was really damn proud of that. Like, I was meticulous about getting every last detail right. I think that's I mean, the true answer is not even a build, just a world. The Adventures in Minecraft world that my friends and I made for when we were doing that series in middle school and the early parts of high school. That was something I was really, really proud of, just because it was a big group community effort, and we all had a blast doing it. But as far as individual builds, I mean, there's a lot of redstone contraptions that I'm pretty happy with, but I think it's got to be recreating my middle school. Thoughts on the villain of the Puss in Boots movies? The egg thing is... I don't like the egg thing. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty caused the movie to fall. But, you know, the death is great. But so is, you know, that's just the whole of Last Wish. Also, welcome to Mirrored Honey Hive Kingdom. We've reached the part of the game where they start reusing assets and levels. But there is still plenty of good things to be found in the back half of Mario Galaxy. The worst thing about the FNAF movie? That's a good question. I don't know. It's, Springtrap's demise is really obnoxious with how painfully they shoehorn in the "I will always come back" line. But then also just the way he's beaten with the drawing thing that they do not at all set up and you would only know about if you've read, I think, The Fourth Closet, if I'm remembering correctly. I did... It should have been so simple. Because the original story of FNAF really is extremely simplistic. It really should not have been that hard to make a movie adapting the story of FNAF 1 faithfully, but yet they still struggled immensely. So, I should be pessimistic going into the sequel, but I guess it's just because I trust Scott and I'm willing to be good faith with him, and that he is interested in listening to feedback and improving upon that feedback for the sequel. But, like I mentioned yesterday, if even after movie 2, we still are having the same problems we did, I just want to see some improvement. Even if it's not great, just some kind of improvement would be very much appreciated. Also, I am expecting to see Markiplier in the second movie. Because the only reason he wasn't in the first movie is because of scheduling conflicts. I'm pretty sure he was originally supposed to be that security guard at the beginning, which I'm of two minds about whether that would have been a good or a bad change to have Markiplier be that guy. Because on the one hand, obviously, it immediately gets fans on the movie's side and sets things off on a good pace, having Markiplier be the first thing that you see. But on the other hand, I wonder if it would have been too distracting having Markiplier be the guy at the beginning of the movie, and it would be better to have your own original character be the first one to go down. I don't know. I'm of two minds about it. But I just hope Markiplier's cameo is meaningful and also not, you know, obnoxious like a lot of fan servicey cameos can often be. Poll's still up. Oh, I mean, I can close it if you want. I mean, I just already made a decision, but I will. Yeah, there you go. Poll has been ended. Okay. Now then. Toy Time being my favorite galaxy, is it influenced by the toy motif? Oh, kind of. You know, it's partly that I do like the youthful exuberance that the whole galaxy gives off. Just a sense of childlike wonder and innocence, which I'm sure is not surprising to you since I'm so fond of the Toy Story movies. But it's also just because it has some pretty cool set pieces, like the giant robot that is falling apart as you have to climb it. There's a lot about Toy Time Galaxy that I'm pretty fond of, which is why I'm excited to get to it in a bit. But we still have to get through Sea Slide and, of course, the rest of Gold Leaf before we can get to Toy Time. Would I make a top 20 best and worst food lists? No. I am the furthest thing from a food connoisseur. I am not a very adventurous eater at all. You think Sea Slide is better than Beach Ball Galaxy? I don't know. Sea Slide Galaxy, two of the main missions are like racing underwater with the shell. And then the third mission is a Silver Star hunt, and I kind of feel like the level's too big for the Silver Star hunt. It just feels too cumbersome trying to navigate it sometimes. What Sonic character do I think had the best transition to live action so far? Probably Shadow, although I'm inclined to lean towards Knuckles just because of how much better Knuckles is portrayed in the movie compared to a lot of his game counterparts. Because recently, he's not been particularly well respected in terms of his intelligence. He's handled a lot more respectfully and with a greater sense of maturity in the movies than he is in the games, at least the more recent games. Will I make a top 20 best and worst song / albums list? No, that's I am not. I couldn't speak articulately enough about music to be able to do that. I could probably give you a list of my favorite albums and the like, but I wouldn't be able to say much about them. Because I just, like, Brooks sent me a music track he's been working on recently, and he wanted my feedback, and I told him, like, as a reminder, I cannot give you, I don't know the first thing about musical composition, so I can't give you anything remotely close to meaningful feedback. Other than saying, like, I like the beat, it sounds cool. So I don't think I'd be the right person to make that kind of video. Ugh. That was gonna, yeah, but that was after, right? The point is that it was up until that point he was handled much better in the movies, because Frontiers was November 2022, Sonic 2 was April of 2022. Thoughts on MatPat and Corey's cameos in the FNAF film? The Corey cameo was fine, it was whatever. The MatPat cameo I just couldn't fucking believe. Like, my brain didn't immediately process that was what was happening. And then by the time I did realize it, I just rolled my eyes. It's like, oh my god. The way he says, hey, it's just a theory. I mean, I'm glad he got to be in it, obviously, because, you know, obviously MatPat's been a big part of the FNAF fandom over the last 10 years. So, I would not have wanted to remove him from the movie. I just would have preferred him to be less cringe. Is all. How excited am I for Sonic movie 4, sorry. I'm looking forward to it, because it's weird, because the movies have gotten better with each entry, and I am looking forward to seeing the next one. But at the same time, it's hard for me not to be a little concerned knowing that they seem to be going the Sonic CD route with the introduction of Metal Sonic. And if you're gonna go the Sonic CD route, and especially if you want to eventually bridge the gap to 06, you're kind of probably going to inevitably have to involve time travel to some extent. And time travel is always a worrying concept. But I'd say, I guess, intellectually, I know I should trust the writers because they've more than proven themselves by this point, but it's hard not to be a little emotionally concerned, just given the subject matter at hand. You ever watch MatPat? That is a little surprising. MatPat was certainly a big part of my early years. I watched. There was a certain point where I kind of lost interest in the actual theories that he was making, but I never lost interest in GT Live. I honestly watched GT Live with him and Steph on the couch, just playing games. I watched that way more frequently and consistently than I watched the theory stuff, because they just have such a great dynamic. Watching them play games like Until Dawn, Doki Doki Literature Club, Baldi's Basics, obviously new FNAF games, Emily is Away too. So many really, really fun playthroughs they did together. The way they bounce off each other, the way they bounce off of Jason and Chris, depending on who was with them at the time. And of course, the Impossible Quiz. I will say, I do kind of miss the days when it was just Matt, Steph, and Jason on the couch in their own little room with a TriCaster setup. When it started to become a little more professionally produced, and you had sometimes multiple, I guess producers is the term you'd use, multiple people behind the camera, behind the computer, in the background. They kind of lost a little bit of that hominess, but at the same time, MatPat and Steph were always there, so it was never like, it never felt like the soul of it was lost. But I am more fond of the early days than I am of some of the later days of the show's run. movies 2 showed how Knuckles should be handled, not just be an idiot for comedy. Yeah, because he does have a sense of naivety to him, but naivety is a big difference compared to just straight up stupidity, which is the vibe I get from, you know, most of the games he'd been in up until that point. Also, MatPat retiring. I'm glad he's glad he's doing what makes him happy. He's stepped away from the channels. He's left them in hands that he feels comfortable leaving them in. I mean, he's a father now. He's got a kid to take care of. He's got other avenues he wants to pursue, and happy for him. I mean, it was sad watching his final theory video, and I still haven't brought myself to watch his final GT live stream. I feel like that might be a flood of emotions, but it was I certainly tuned in for the final theory. You can be naive without being stupid, yep, and then the go-to example for that, as someone else just pointed out, is always Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story. He's naive, he's ignorant to the way the world works, but he is never, not once, ever stupid. That was never a part of his character in the original trilogy. Favorite Mickey Mouse character? Donald Duck, I think. Donald's hysterical. You hope Metal Sonic is the villain. Sonic here has proved how well Metal Sonic can be as the villain. I'm just curious how because they had an army of Metal Sonics in the post-credit scene of movie 3. And it's like, proceed with caution, because they showed that army be pretty effortlessly decimated by Amy. So I wonder how they're going to handle the stakes of movie 3. Do I have a favorite novel or storybook? I have a couple favorite novels. First off, I'm a big fan of the Halo books. Not all of them, but, you know, most of them are pretty consistently good. The Fall of Reach especially is probably one of the best books I've ever read. I'm fond of Stuart Gibbs and his, even though he technically writes for young adults, he writes in a way that could be appealing to all ages. Although I will say I haven't kept up with his books as much recently as, like, I used to. When I was in middle school, that was a huge event. Every time a new Stuart Gibbs book would come out, I was like, come home, sit down, read it in one sitting, and do nothing else in that time period. Nowadays, it's like, oh, he came out with a new book? All right. Like, I still haven't read Ape Escape when it came out back in May. I just haven't gotten around to it. And there's already going to be another, he's got another book coming out next week. And I still haven't even read his last one yet. I can name favorite authors more easily than I can name favorite books. Like Agatha Christie, obviously a legendary mystery writer. Suzanne Collins with her Hunger Games trilogy, Veronica Roth with her Divergent trilogy. Defending Jacob, even though I prefer the show to the book in almost every possible respect except for the ending, the book is still pretty great. I can't believe that worked. I gotta wait with that. What do I hope for Amy's character in Sonic 4? I hope that they don't... There's two ways they could fuck it up, and I hope they don't take either of them. They could either go the route that Amy is often stereotyped to be, where she's just like, Sonic! 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 And that's her whole personality. Or they could go the Mario movie Peach route, where she's very bland and boring, and her only personality is just, I am a mighty warrior. Because, like, both of those things are a part of who Amy is, and if you only do one of them, then you don't have all of Amy's character. But I'm afraid they're going to stereotype her in one direction or the other. But again, I know I shouldn't be afraid of that because of how well the characters have been written up until this point, but it's just... Whenever you're in uncharted territory, whenever new things get added, you can't help but worry. You can't help but worry. Can I do this in one shot? No, I cannot. I tried. I made a valiant effort. I tried so hard and got so far, and in the end, it didn't even matter. how bad were the Divergent movies. They're so bad that they were originally going to be my first video essay project about a movie. Like, but way before the Toy Story 4 series or the Danganronpa 3 series or anything, yeah, I was even remote. Well, I mean, obviously, because it was before Toy Story 4 even came out. It was April of 2019. Well, March/April of 2019 was when I first watched the Divergent movies. No, it was definitely March, because the Science Olympiad tournament was in March, and I was watching Allegiant on the bus ride back from the States tournament, which was March. So that was the first time I ever sat down and thought, oh, this is so bad, I want to make a video talking about how bad it is. I still have the script for my original Divergent movie on my computer. I'd totally rewrite it, because I know I would hate it if I looked back on it today. But I was originally planning on making a full critique of Divergent because of how pissed off I was by how badly, especially in contrast to the Hunger Games movies, which while they do lose some elements of the books in their adaptation just by the nature of them, like a lot of Katniss's personal perspective on things is lost because, of course, the books are in first person, whereas the movie can't be unless you had narration the whole time, which would have been obnoxious. They lose some elements, but they also do some things better. So it kind of balances out, and they're generally speaking very respectful, very faithful. The Divergent movies are the polar opposite in every possible way. They shit all over. Divergent is good enough to trick an average person. If you've never read the book, you can probably go into it and being like, that was alright. It was pretty okay. But then the second and third movies are just so cataclysmically terrible that no one was fooled by them. So much so that Shailene Woodley, like, Allegiant especially, was so bad that it caused Shailene Woodley to take an extensive hiatus from acting because of how miserable that experience was. So that sucks. I hate that. Ah, shit, I messed it up again. But yeah, that's how bad the Divergent movies are. Thoughts on bronies? I was friends with a brony in middle school. And my stance on it is just, I don't really, it's kind of what I was saying earlier. It's not my place to judge the shows that you watch. Like, you know, if you like My Little Pony and that's your favorite thing ever, I don't really care. You can do, I guess, broadly speaking, the shows you enjoy should not be dictated by your gender. Right? Like, just like whatever you like, watch whatever you want. I really don't care. Linkin Park reference? Yes! Well, sort of. I mean, it's the Linkin Park song, but I haven't listened to the original song. I've only listened to Nate Wants to Battle's cover of it. Which is the case for a lot of popular songs, honestly. Most recently, including Your Idol from K-Pop Demon Hunters. Never listened to the original song, but I sure as hell have listened to Nate Wants to Battle's metal cover of it. Now, let's get this one out of the way. I don't really like this galaxy that much. They didn't even finish adapting the entire series. No, they didn't. They gave up because the Allegiant was such a catastrophic failure across the board that they didn't even. I mean, you know, it's technically. Allegiant ends on a note that's kind of conclusive enough to like it leaves itself open to more, but it also ends on a note that's kind of satisfying on its own. But yeah, it was originally supposed to be, I think it was originally going to be Allegiant was the first part of Allegiant, then Ascendant was the second part of Allegiant, but it never got that far. Allegiant is so fucking bad. It is like genuinely bottom tier of movies I've seen. I fucking hate that movie. Not even as at that point, Allegiant was already the least good of the Divergent books. Allegiant has a lot of pacing issues and narrative issues. So I don't love Allegiant the same way I love Divergent and Insurgent. Insurgent might actually be my favorite of the trilogy. But, you know, Allegiant's still a really... The ending of Allegiant, as powerful and emotional as it is, it's a nice bookend to the series, and I legitimately cried when I was reading the final thing that, that 4 does. It legitimately was just like, I had to put the book down while I was reading it because it's just so perfect. And I guess I'm kind of glad I never got to see how they butchered it in the in a movie's form, because I'm almost certain they would have butchered it, judging by their. Holy shit, he's right there. Hi, how you doing? How's life? He's just chilling right there the whole time. Swam right into him. That's cool. That did not hit. I will take this life mushroom, though. Thoughts on K-pop Demon Hunters? I've never seen it, and I probably never will. It doesn't look like something that would interest me, really, at all. Where is he? There he is. Looking forward to Halloween? Not really. Halloween's never really been my holiday. Because one of the main appeals of Halloween and going trick-or-treating was all the candy you would get, but I can't eat most candy because of my allergies, so... Well, I guess I can't even say it was never appealing because I had the opposite. Like, my dentist had a thing when I was a kid where if you brought in all your Halloween candy, they would pay you per pound. Like, per pound of candy you brought in, they would pay you to incentivize you to not eat candy and rot your teeth. So, you know, I still benefited from Halloween. It's just I didn't get the same benefits that a lot of other kids were getting. I've always been more drawn to Christmas as a holiday because that's when all my family comes into town, and I have a lot of fond memories of spending time with my family. And Christmas shopping with my grandmother is a tradition that we still do to this day every year. It started when I was a kid, like really young, like probably 9 or 10, and she just said one day, hey, you want to go out and try shopping to get your parents something for Christmas this year? And so we did. And then obviously as I got older, our excursions to go try to get things for them got more expansive and more adventurous. Like 2 years ago, we drove out into the middle of absolutely nowhere because my dad wanted a bonsai tree for Christmas, which is not something that at least where I live, it's not something that a lot of people sell. So we had to drive out a really long way, basically in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, for this little tiny family-owned bonsai tree shop. And they treated their trees with so much respect. Like, they didn't want to let a tree go unless they were absolutely certain that the person they were selling it to would be willing to take care of it. They gave us a lot of instructional resources of, like, this is where you go to learn how to take care of the tree, how to trim it, how to water it, and all this stuff. And they offered classes that you could go to really shape them to your own personal pet project. It was a whole thing. So yeah, I've always been more into Christmas than Halloween. Thoughts on Dream Productions? Dream Productions is way better than it has any right to be. Like, I didn't expect it to be bad, but I didn't expect it. The final scene of Dream Productions makes the entire show worth it. That alone is so good. Because it's like... I don't even want to spoil it, but it's something I hope they explore if they make an Inside Out 3. It's so creative, and it's something that you kind of... It's one of those things you don't think about until they do it, as far as, oh yeah, this would logically have to be a thing. How would this affect the people in Riley's mind? And it's the closest they could ever come to really interacting. What I find really meaningful, well, one of the things I find really meaningful about the ending of Inside Out 2 is when all the emotions are gathering around Riley's personality core, and they're all just hugging it. Because that's, like, the closest they could ever get to hugging the girl that they care about so much. And they do a similar kind of thing in Dream Productions that I find really meaningful. I just imagine how that would emotionally affect Joy if she were the one to do that. I'm trying to remain vague because I imagine a lot of people in chat probably haven't seen Dream Productions. And I think it's one of those things that you deserve to experience for yourself. Specifically the ending. Favorite episode of Dream Productions? As you may be able to guess, it's the final one. I love the ending of that show. Not even just like what happens in Riley's mind, which is great, but what happens in the real world and sort of what Riley's journey, if you will, throughout the season. It's impossible not to smile at it. It really is. It's such a feel-good show. I'm really happy it exists. I almost missed that ring. You hate the cold mentality of winter. Okay, so something else you gotta keep in mind. I live in Florida, which means I don't really have winter. I mean, it gets colder, but the cold that it reaches here is like comfortably cold. Like you kind of welcome, after dealing with excruciating humidity and scorching heat all summer, you kind of welcome the cooler temperatures of the, like when I visited my my grandparents and my uncle last November up north because I was going to a convention. I figured while I'm in town, I may as well stop by and say hi to them. And for them, it was like, you know, freezing cold winter. But for me, it's like, oh man, nice cool breeze. I appreciate this. So I don't have to deal with the frigid, like cleaning, shoveling snow out of your driveway or just cleaning snow off your windshields or icy roads, all that stuff. I don't have to deal with. So I essentially experience all the benefits of winter without having to experience any of the negatives. But on the other side, summers can be brutal down here. So, yeah. And then of course there's hurricanes that sort of a yearly tradition for Floridians. So you pick your poison, you take what you get. Even though it's cold, you like interacting with snow because it happens rarely where you live. It happens never where I live. I've never seen snow in my life. I've never been snowboarding, skiing, just building a snowman. Do you want to build a snowman? Never done that. I'd love to. Can't. It doesn't snow here. I've seen the because I've been up north in the winter, like I just mentioned, and I've seen the aftermath of snowstorms where snow is like bundled on the ground and all frozen up. But I've never seen. I've never been in a snowstorm. I've never had like woken up to a white Christmas or anything like that. It's just not something that I've been able to experience. I've seen fake snow, like at the Mickey's Very Merry Christmas Party at the Magic Kingdom. They pump a bunch of fake snow into the streets. And the Frozen show at Hollywood Studios, the Frozen for the First Time and Forever sing-along celebration. The show ends with a big live stage performance of Let It Go. Well, live asterisk. There's a real person on stage lip-syncing to the pre-recorded track from the movie, but it's still cool to experience if you're a fan of the movie. And they pump a bunch of fake snow into the auditorium as well. But real snow is not something I've ever experienced. I will catch up with chat in a second. I gotta beat these asshole penguins so we can move on from Seaside Galaxy. I'm honestly not a big fan of Seaside Galaxy because like like I mentioned earlier, two of the main missions are just racing penguins. Or sorry, racing someone. Either you're racing to catch up with rings or you're racing to beat the penguins. So I hope to not have to do this again. I'm hoping to clear this as quickly as possible. I think that's it. Oh wait, no it's not. No it's not. I thought that was the end. It was not indeed the end. Going for a full lap around. There we go. Speaking of penguins, thoughts on the penguins of the... okay, so I didn't read that full message at first. I thought it was going to be the penguins of the Madagascar franchise. The penguins are cute. They're sweet. Thus begins and ends my thoughts on the penguins. Got it going. Great talking to y'all. Thanks for stopping by, David. Hopefully you have a good day. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. Take it easy. Ba-da-da-dum. Going outside in the summer in Florida is like setting yourself on fire. It was so weird because I went on vacation to Europe over the summer. It's my first time ever leaving the country. And really wasn't, it wasn't extremely hot or extremely cold. there at all. In fact, most mornings I woke up and it was leaning towards the freezing side of things. But then as soon as I landed back home in Florida, instantly, and I do mean instantly, like not even stepping outside, just stepping onto the jetway coming off the plane, I was like, oh, yep, I'm hot. We are back in Florida. The week I came back was, I think, the hottest week all summer down here. So it was because you do get used to the heat after a while, in much the same way that I'm sure people who live up north just get used to the freezing cold temperatures after a while. But when you're removed from that atmosphere for almost 2 weeks, you feel it. You definitely feel it. Pause on the Penguins of Madagascar. I did it again. I'm always too early. The Penguins of Madagascar are arguably the best part about those films, although I don't... Oddly enough, their solo film, I don't find that great. It's... I like the Penguins of the Madagascar... The 2 episodes of the Penguins of the Madagascar show that I've seen that were bundled on the Madagascar 2 Blu-ray. And then the Christmas special. The Christmas special easily clears the entirety of the actual movie that DreamWorks made. Legit love the Christmas special. Can't say the same for the movie. Finding purple coins in this world sucks. Oh god. I don't think I'm gonna do the purple coins on stream. Or if I do, it'll be in the distant future. I am not looking forward to redoing all the purple coins. Purple coins suck. I mean, some of them are fun, but some of them just suck. Scouring the entire map 10 times over, trying to find the one stupid purple coin hidden in a corner somewhere that you missed. Thoughts on Merry Madagascar? I liked it as a kid. I need to rewatch it as an adult, but I remember liking it as a kid. Summer in Florida. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. Yeah, basically. How would I rank every U.S. state that I've been to? Oh, I don't know. I would need to think about that a lot more. I can do cities more easily, I guess. The field trip that I took to Washington, D.C. in 8th grade was one of my favorite field trips of all time. New York City is a place I love to visit but would hate to live in. That hustle and bustle atmosphere I would not do well in. Chicago was pretty cool. I don't know, I guess I don't feel too strongly about states as a whole. Although, I did really enjoy my time in California last year. Like, that's the first time that I ever thought to myself, you know, this is a place I could see myself living in someday. I really, really loved the time I spent in California. And, you know, some people say, like, well, why don't you just move there? And it's like, well, money is a thing. Practicality is the thing. And plus, there's a lot of elements to take into consideration. Like, just to name one. When you have medical concerns like I do, it's, you need 40, right? Yeah, you need 40. When you have medical concerns like I do, it's important that you have doctors you trust, and all, like, so, I mentioned the thing about my liver disease in the Toy Story 3 series. It's stable right now. It's not like I'm not actively at risk of anything. But it is something you have to keep an eye on to make sure on a yearly basis everything is still up to snuff. And of course you have allergists and a bunch of doctors specifically for those types of things. And, you know, all of those people are here in Florida that I know very well and I trust and who know me very well. So moving somewhere else, and I know it's inevitable, right? At some point I'll probably have the resources to move somewhere else other than this state. And I'll have to get reestablished there with doctors and everything, but it's just, it's a lot to take into consideration when moving somewhere new. But California is one place that I could see myself living in someday. whatever wishes to go skydiving, that is a bucket list item without a doubt. And really, the only reason I haven't gone skydiving yet is just because I'm waiting for there's other people I know who want to go skydiving, and I'm like, so when are we going? They're like, maybe some point. I'm like, that's not good. Yeah, I need a day and a time. I'll set everything up. That's fine. I just need to know when. And a lot of people are not quite as schedule oriented as I am. They're kind of more go with the flow. So, tell you what. Here's a pet peeve I've noticed that really gets to me. In group chats, if you text something individually to people, in my experience at least, they'll respond pretty quickly. Like for instance, if you were trying to set up a group get together with a bunch of people and you did it in a group chat in which you were all in, if you texted everyone individually, all of the individual people would respond decently quickly. But if you were to then post that same question in a group chat, for whatever reason, no one says a thing. And this might be just armchair psychologist talking, but I kind of wonder if it has to do with the same mentality that leads to people wanting to be fashionably late to parties. Like, in a group setting, no one wants to be the first person to say something. That's what I've noticed with a lot of group chat and group things. So this was happening when I was trying to set up a reunion with my high school friends a couple summers ago. I hadn't seen in a while. Everyone wanted to do it, but no one wanted to actually suggest, what should we do? Where should we go? And what day should we do it? No one fucking said a thing. So at a certain point, I'm like, all right, this is stupid. I'm just gonna throw out an idea, a date, a time, a place. If anyone has any objections, speak now or forever hold your peace. I fucked this up. If not, then this is just what we're gonna do. I don't know. Again, not trying to go armchair psychologist, but I do wonder if it has to do with like, well, I don't want to be the first person to speak up in the group, or it makes me look desperate or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I do in fact want to go skydiving. It is an absolute bucket list item, and I am just waiting for the time to do so. Sounds terrifying or horrifying. You never want to do it. Yeah, it's certainly not, like, if you're afraid of heights, I would not recommend going skydiving. But I guess you could call me an adrenaline junkie. I love roller coasters. I love thrill rides. I love seeking the thrills. So, and just being able to see the world from that perspective, I think would be awesome. And I can't wait to do it someday. Maybe they don't want to be judged, is why they don't respond immediately. Well, that's kind of what I mean, is I think it's the same mentality that leads to people wanting to be fashionably late to parties. Like, you don't want to be the first one there, because then I guess the second part I should mention is that once one person does eventually say something in a group chat, then all of a sudden everyone speaks up immediately, and then they feel comfortable joining in on the discussion. I don't know, it's something I've noticed that I find annoying and or fascinating depending on my mood. You'd rather skydive instead of being in an incinerator? I imagine most people would probably prefer that, because in one you burn alive horribly, and in the other you get to fall with style, as it were. See how I tied that in with this Toy Story, since we were talking about incinerators, see how I tied that in with other Toy Story related things. Is that the last music note? Okay, thank goodness. It's funny that in the Mario game we have a freaking black hole. Yeah, we have several black holes. You said you have some more free time in your schedule? Cool, welcome back. Considering you're afraid of heights, you're terrified of high skydiving, you're scared of going on a plane in general. Yeah, fortunately, I do not have a fear of heights, but I can definitely appreciate how that would be terrifying for a lot of people. And obviously, if you are afraid of heights, don't go skydiving. The planes one is interesting to me, though. Because, I mean, well, you know, anything I could tell you to intellectually be like, you have a higher chance of getting into a car accident on the way to the airport than you do of getting into a plane crash. But, like, intellectually reassuring someone that the thing that they're afraid of isn't actually that terrifying doesn't really do anything, because a lot of fears are inherently irrational. So, unfortunately, I don't really have any advice to offer. It's funny, actually. Some people on planes like to have the window open because they like to be able to see what's going on so that they have as much information as possible. Because the big thing I've noticed with people who are either afraid of flying, well, mostly just afraid of flying, is that they don't like that they don't have control. Because when you're in a car and you're driving, you feel like you're in control of the situation. Whereas when you're in a plane and you're flying, you are not in control. You're at the mercy of the pilot. So that, I think, is a big thing that, like, my uncle's afraid of. I guess maybe not afraid of flying, but he certainly doesn't like to fly. And it's for that reason that he doesn't have control over what's going on and what he's doing. So some people like to know, they like to have the window open to know like where they are, what's going on. But some people like to have the window shut at all times because they don't want to see how high they are. They don't want to know anything. They just want the flight to be over as fast as possible and to be kept, for all that stuff to be kept out of sight, out of mind. Just wake me when we get on the ground, kind of thing. Favorite planet in the solar system other than Earth? Jupiter. Jupiter is a very aesthetically pleasing planet. And unlike what my 8th grade science teacher would have you believe, Jupiter does in fact have rings. I've told this story before, but my 8th grade science teacher was fighting us to this. Let me say that again. My 8th grade science teacher was fighting us to the death on the fact that Jupiter didn't have rings. And it's like, that's the moment when I kind of discovered, oh, the fact that you're a teacher doesn't actually inherently mean anything. Like, it's probable, of course, that if you are a highly respected, esteemed teacher of something, that you probably do know more than the students you're teaching. But that's not because you're a teacher, it's because you can prove... Like, you should never have to argue your authority if you actually know what you're talking about. Like, you should never have to say, I'm a science teacher, so I know what I'm talking about. You should just be able to say, like, prove with actual evidence and reasoning why this is the way that it is. And that's what taught me that, oh, so even though she is our science teacher, she's not automatically right about everything she ever says, which is concerning. I mean, well, granted, I guess she's just kind of a special case in a lot of areas because she was literally learning the class material along with us. She would go to a college class at night to learn the material, and then she would come back the next day and try to teach it to us. Keyword being try, because, well, she didn't. Half the class, no, not even half the class. Almost everyone in the class, except for one person, failed one of the tests, and her response to this wasn't, I fucked up, I must have done a poor job teaching you guys. It was, ugh, I guess whenever I say anything to you guys, it just goes up into the air and no one pays attention to me. It's like, no, bitch. We are, in fact, desperately trying to understand what you're telling us. Where we all have group chats, we're all talking, we talk at lunch, we work together on homework, we're trying desperately to understand the concepts you're teaching us. You're just doing a shit job and no one knows what, except for that one asshole, but who cares about him? No one I hate it when one person does do well but everyone else fails, because then what happens is the teacher goes, see? I must know what I'm doing. This person gets it, so what the fuck is wrong with all of you? And I'm like, shut up. Just why do you think only one person in this entire class passed the test? Why do you think that's the case? Take a wild stab in the dark. Why you think that might have been the case? I love my middle school. That was a really fun time to be me. But I love to work in a movie or TV show someday. Oh yeah, I'd love, if nothing other, just to get the experience of what it's like to really work on a professional production. I'd love to have that experience under my belt. So I've spoken with, like I mentioned in passing, I've gotten a new level of insight into the production process, at least how Disney makes their animated shows. Because I got in touch with Rebecca Rose, who was a production associate on the Owl House, and Dana Terra. So I learned by talking to both of them, I learned a lot about what goes on behind the scenes. And even just in real life, outside of that, because obviously I spoke to them at MomoCon in person, but I mean, outside of this, that was not supposed to happen. Outside of the YouTuber aspect of my life, just people I know outside of that. my dad's cousin used to edit for Bobby Flay's shows on the Food Network. He doesn't anymore, but he used to. And he took me one time we were visiting in New York City, and he took me to his editing suite, and that was one of the coolest experiences I've ever had in my life, getting to see like a real professional TV editor, what his workflow was like, the software he uses, and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm always fascinated. A lot of people either aren't interested in behind-the-scenes stuff or are just scared. Like, there was someone who commented on the Eddie Hamilton's timeline tour that he did for his Top Gun Maverick editing timeline. I think the top comment on that video is, "My computer crashed just looking at this video." A lot of people run away from those types of videos, either due to lack of interest or just like, some people see an editing timeline and they run away because it's massively overwhelming. It's a lot of information to digest at once. And if you aren't the one who built the timeline yourself, and you know what everything means and where everything is, it can look very intimidating and very disconcerting to the average person. Why is she a teacher? Hey, listen, you know, I don't know what's going on in her life. This could be the only job she could get. She's trying to provide food for her family. You know, I don't know her life situation. I don't know her story. But I would say, just generally speaking, if you don't know what you're talking about, maybe you shouldn't be a teacher. Although I will give her some credit here, in that when it comes to the science that she actually signed on to teach, which was life science, 6th grade life science, she did know her stuff there. She did know what she was talking about there. The problem is that my school was ran by monkeys, and no one, I think I've mentioned this before, but in 6th grade, they didn't have a social studies teacher. Like, they just didn't have one. So, what ended up, but of course we still had to learn social studies, we had to learn history. So what they ended up doing is they took our English teacher, our math teacher, and our science teacher, and they basically, because we had 3 homerooms in 6th grade, 1 homeroom for each of the teachers I just mentioned. And so at the end of the day, we'd all go back to our homeroom, and then our homeroom teacher would then have to teach us social studies. Even though they didn't understand it, they didn't know it, they didn't know how to teach it because they didn't know the material. They were all charged with the responsibility of trying to teach us this material because they literally didn't have a social studies teacher. I assume for budgetary reasons, they just didn't have the funds to hire one because, you know, the American education system is a fucking joke. And then I assume it's the same thing that happened in 8th grade with this teacher where, because this wasn't like a normal, this was a high school level science class, which I know sounds weird because I mentioned earlier that she was going to a college class to learn this stuff, but again, American education system, it's a joke. But she would, it was a high school, it was a high school level course, and in fact it actually counted as a high school credit when we went to high school, so we wouldn't have had to take 1 extra science class, or we would have had to take 1 less science class than we otherwise would have, because we took that class in middle school. So, obviously she wasn't equipped to teach it, but the school decided that they wanted to teach it. So it could be just that, like, she was put in a really bad situation, and she was forced to learn this on the go. Now, that doesn't excuse her attitude of, well, I guess everything I teach just goes up into the air, blah, blah, blah. But it at least explains why she has to learn it. And it's actually kind of admirable when looked at it from that perspective, that she was pulling those all-nighters, trying to just keep up with the curriculum. You know, she may not have had a choice in the matter. So there is some context there, but it's just, the amount of middle school stories I could tell you would blow your mind as far as how crap everything was. I mean, I had a lot of good experiences, learned a lot, met a lot of cool people, learned a lot of important life lessons, but there's also some stuff that will haunt me for the rest of my days. This looks like a fun power-up, spoken by someone who's never had to use it. It's fun, it looks interesting, I'll give you that much. It looks cool to bounce all over the place, but you don't have as much control as you might think. So when you're trying to make precise jumps, it's, kind of a nuisance. Maybe my school was ran by the monkeys from Superman. Now that's a funny thought to have right there. I think my friend described it as the school was just run by lab rats desperately trying to find their way out of a maze that they built themselves. Out of elementary, middle, and high school, which was the worst for me? Oh, middle school was easily the worst. Because elementary school, I didn't go to a proper school. I went to virtual school. Because of all my medical issues, it wasn't, like, safe for me to go to a school where, obviously, germs run rampant. Because I've always had a weakened immune system. And it's been strengthened over the years as I've been exposed to more and more people and germs and places and that kind of thing. But until the 6th grade was my first experience going to an actual proper school. Up until the point I did it all virtually at home. Which is, it's also why when all this crazy shit happened to me, and including a bunch of stuff that I haven't even told you, like the amount of middle school, like I mentioned, I could go on and on and on about all the crazy middle school stories. All the crazy shit that happened, I just thought, because I wanted to have a traditional schooling experience. Like, I would watch a lot of shows, movies, where people would go to school, and I was like, I felt like I was missing out on a crucial part of life by not having that. I really wanted it. I wanted to experience that. So then when I got to 6th grade and I went to a real school and all this stuff happened, I was like, oh, is this just normal? Is this the school experience I've been missing out on? So I thought it was just standard affair. But then I met other people, like in high school, and especially now that I've been talking to people that I've met through the internet who live on the other side of the world, and I've been telling them these stories, and they just react in sheer horror. And it's at that point when you start to realize, oh, I might have trauma. I might have this. So it's not. So you tell me it's not normal for high schools in Florida, or sorry, it's not normal for high schools to have dedicated fight days where all the students just get together and beat the shit out of each other, and the teachers, I guess, just don't care. That's not a joke, by the way. There's one high school in the area that I grew up. I won't name it for obvious reasons, but they had fight days where, from what I understand, it's like a huge school event and everyone just gets together and fights. Yeah. Would I rather go to Hexside instead of my middle school? Honestly, maybe. I mean, well, the serious answer is no, because I wouldn't want to sacrifice. Like, for as rough as middle school was, I did learn a lot of really valuable life lessons and social lessons, and I gained a lot of valuable experience from that. And of course, I met a lot of incredible people that I never would have otherwise. But yeah, it's hard not to look back on it with an aura of, man, what the fuck did they put us through? Thoughts on the villain of Super Mario Galaxy? You mean Bowser? He's Bowser. Bowser's cool. We like Bowser. Write a book on it. The amount of times people have told me to write I honestly might one day. Like, it would not be hard for me to turn all the shit that has happened into a proper, because it's not even like a bunch of disjointed events. There are arcs. There are highs and lows. There are second act low points. There are character arcs. Legitimately, there are actually proper character arcs of people who at the start of middle school were just terrible and I hated and they hated me. And then at the end in graduation, they ended up coming around saying, like, you were the first friend I had in the school and I'll never forget all the things you've done. It's the amount of... You wouldn't believe me. You honestly wouldn't believe me. Some of the stuff that happened. Like, I may one day actually do something with all the stuff that's happened. Turn, like, kind of like how Dana Terrace turned her experiences at Disney into a show called Knights of Guinevere that you should all go watch right now. Pilot's available for free on YouTube. Go to the YouTube channel. I would just basically be turning my middle school horror stories into proper books or narratives, or just any kind of, maybe like a podcast, where you know how they have like rewatch podcasts, of going back through shows in each episode. They recap an episode and they all give their updated thoughts on it. It'd be like that, except it'd just be me going through a month-by-month basis of, so this is what happened in December of 2013. A ceiling tile almost fell on someone and crushed them to death in the middle school cafeteria. Not joking, that happened. I had I had to talk to one of the school board members because I was there in person when the ceiling tile fell and the girl had to dive out of the way. Not dive out, that's hyperbolic. Had to quickly sidestep out of the way before she got crushed by it. And then I had to talk to one of the school board members, like, clarifying, like, hey, was this an accident? Was it intentional? Was anyone hurt? Did you see? Because I was the key witness. I was there on the day, right in front of them when this happened. I think they were just looking to be like, is the school at fault, or is it just a freak accident? Oh shit! Oh, don't crush me. Thank you. At least Bowser's a good. Oh, he meant the Jack Black. Oh wait, did I misread? Okay. He said thoughts on the villain of Super Mario Galaxy, so I thought he was referring to this game. But if you mean the movie, like the upcoming Galaxy movie, and Bowser being the villain. Jack Black, I don't mind Jack Black. There's some voices in that I really don't understand the thought process behind. But Jack Black as Bowser is fine. I don't mind Jack Black as Bowser. I'd say he did a pretty solid job with the role. At least Bowser's a good father. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think I've gotten slightly turned around here. There we are. Is this the last one? No? Still more. Oh, here they are. This has got to be the last one. Finally. Mario and Cranky Kong fighting to see who could have the worst voice. Oh, God. I also don't like Toad. Keegan-Michael Key as Toad was a mistake. It was a grave error. Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong, I also am not at all a fan of. At the end of the book's last pages, this story is not a work of fiction. Characters, places, and events portrayed within are in every way intended to represent people, places, and events in the real world. Yeah, I guess I couldn't put the disclaimer you often see where they say this is a work of fiction, it's not based on anyone. It's like, no, but it is, though. It actually is, though. Oh, I guess I don't have to put any disclaimer, right? Because like I could just not say it's based on anything. Or not based on anything. Thousand Charlie Day is Luigi. He's fine. I think he does a good enough job embodying the spirit of Luigi and the character. Hoping Peach's backstory from the first film gets a payoff or expanded upon in the Galaxy movie. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential. That's part of why I'm not super pessimistic about it. Is just there's potential for them to improve, for them to expand on things from the first movie. I'm hoping that they will improve, that it will be a step in the right direction. Because I mean, you know, I don't want Mario movies to be bad. I'd like that if they were good, if they got the big screen treatment that a franchise as legendary, enduring, and iconic as this got the treatment that it deserved. It's just a matter of whether it actually will. Assume I'd have to give each person a different name in the book. Oh yeah, I mean, well I already, because I've actually had to already swap out names when telling the stories to certain people who may have still be familiar with some of the people in question. So I already know kind of what alternate names I would give to people. Because I've already had to use them in certain situations. Luigi was barely in the movie though. Yes. And that is a big problem with the Mario movie. But the question was about Charlie Day's voice performance. And I'd say, like, with what little he had to do, he did a good job. It's just he wasn't given much to do because the Super Mario Bros. Movie was only about one of the Mario Brothers. And I hope that is one of the things that they amend when making the next one. Generally speaking, I find it very, well, I guess not strange. It makes sense why they do this from a certain perspective, that they're jumping straight into Galaxy after just doing basic Mario Brothers stuff. I'd have thought that they'd do like a middle ground, like Super Mario World or something like that, before going to Galaxy. Because I don't know how you can really top the stakes of Galaxy. Thoughts on the VA for Kamek? Neutral. Don't feel too strongly one way or the other. You do like the majority of Mario Movie 1's cast, but you don't get why they got Chris Pratt as Mario. I guess just because people like Chris Pratt. He's in a lot of... I think people would like Chris Pratt's acting a lot more if he was just in less things. Because, like, he does a really good job as Barley in Onward, for example. There's absolutely nothing wrong with his performance, and I think he really does do a good job selling the role. I think it's just that he's been in so many things, not all of which for which not all of them was a particularly good role or good fit for him as an actor. I think it's just like Chris Pratt fatigue, honestly. Emmett from the Lego Movie is another one that he's great as. But I do wonder, like, if the Lego Movie came out today and they cast Chris Pratt, would people be as receptive to it, or would they, like, would it have the same reception it did in 2014, or would people be like, oh, Chris Pratt again? Pick a different actor for please. I do think about that sometimes. Funny part is Chris Pratt was actually cast in, like, the Lego Movie came out like half a year before Guardians of the Galaxy did. So it wasn't even like Guardians skyrocketed him up to a particular... And even Jurassic World came out less than a year after Guardians did, so I don't think they could have seen Guardians and be like, oh yeah, we need this guy for Jurassic World. Chris Pratt was just on top of the world for a bit there, and I guess he still is with all the things he's doing. Genuinely wondering if the movies was forced to shift to Galaxy because of Nintendo's plans. Well, that's the ultimate chicken or the egg question, isn't it? Is the Galaxy port happening because of the movie, or is the movie happening because of the ports? Like, what came first in this equation? In which way around were these things made to order? Because up until this point, it's been a struggle. It's been like pulling teeth getting Nintendo to actually acknowledge the existence of Galaxy 2. But then at the same time, it was set up in movie 1, the line about there's a whole lot of galaxies out there, which, you know, kind of leads you to believe that the sequel might be going in the direction of Galaxy. It's just a bizarre leap in terms of stakes. It's like if you went straight from Sonic 1 to, like, Sonic Adventure 2. Like, if we jumped from the stakes of movie 1 to straight to movie 3. Have you seen The Day the Earth Blew Up? Yes, and I loved it. Warner Brothers was not at all interested in marketing it, but it deserved so much better than it got. I was really happy with Day the Earth Blew Up. That made me smile. Pretty much the whole way through. You hope in the sequel the story is actually good and not extremely generic? Yes. Yes. I hope it has more substance to the story than just references out the wazoo. Thoughts on the F1 movie? It's good. I liked it. I'm glad I saw it in IMAX. Are you the only person who likes the spring mushroom? I don't know about the only person, but at least in this chat, in my community, spring mushroom doesn't seem to be a particularly well-regarded power-up. I don't really like it myself either. But it you know, it shows up so infrequently that it's not a huge deal. But it does kind of get annoying to use sometimes. Oh, it's funny. Someone mentioned this Galaxy in relation to Toy Story earlier. It's funny you say that because I remember as a kid, I would always think of Toy Story 3, the conveyor belt and the shredder at the end, right here. Well, I guess I should have pointed this out in the first mission of this, but when you're at the base of the giant mecha robot thing, you're on a conveyor belt heading towards the mecha's roller wheels, and that reminded me of Toy Story 3 as well. But that part right there when you're fighting against the wave of the conveyor belt. This is something I remember thinking about. Oh no. We're fine. You know, I'm just gonna do a normal bounce. No super bounce, unless absolutely necessary. Almost there. Almost there. And away we go. Found the first movie fun, but the main story is so generic. Yeah, I think a lot of people, I think the main reason people liked it is just because it is, like, it's, if you don't think about it that hard, it's got all the, it is just basically a highlight reel of a bunch of Mario-related things. You know, they have Mario Kart, Donkey Kong Country, Invincibility Stars, Bowser. Like, all the stuff is there. They even tease Galaxy. All the pieces are there. And if that's what you're mainly interested in, you know, you'll probably have a good time. Just seeing all the iconography brought to life on the big screen and tied together as part of one giant movie. But with me, I'm just like, I can play all the games and get that stuff. I'd rather have a proper story. And it's not like there isn't a story, it's just, it's just enough of a story to link together all of those set pieces from the games. Which, depending on what you're looking for out of the movie, might be enough for you, but it certainly wasn't enough for me. Where's your princess now, plumber? Best scene in Final Reckoning that isn't the submarine or plane sequences. I'll also count. I'll count the ending as a part of the plane sequence, because it's like the whole third act is basically just one long emotional suite that carries you through all the way to the credits. I think the scene in Mount Weather is probably my favorite, not including the two giant action set pieces. But if you do consider the ending to be its own separate thing, I love the ending of the Final Reckoning. It is the perfect capstone for the Mission Impossible series. What do I think of movie Ivo and Gerald? It would have been perfect if they committed to the part where Ivo, or where Gerald says, "Oh, Ivo, you're no Maria." If they committed to that shift in personality all the way through the final act, it would have been perfect. But they didn't, and instead the third act is bogged down by all the stupid, goofy mech shit that they do, fighting each other. It's like every re-edit that I've seen of the final battle is infinitely better than the actual final battle. Of course, that's just because all the re-edits cut out all the unnecessary, superfluous mech battles. Because you don't need them. They just bog down the story. Luther's speech. Well, that's what I mean. Like, if you consider the ending as being a part of that third act set piece, then I'd have to pick something else. But if you don't and you do distinguish it as its own thing, then that would be my pick. Just not even just Luther's speech, but the ending sequence in general, all the way through to when the credits roll, because it's mostly silent. It's carried entirely by the musical suite, which is called A Light We Cannot See. It's not, there's no, that's the other thing about Final Reckoning that I really appreciate, is that it's not, it has a lot of things that you would not, that technically, conventionally speaking, should not be in an action movie, right? Like, action movies don't traditionally have extended periods of, so they don't have something like the submarine sequence where it's 10-15 minutes of zero dialogue, purely atmospheric, almost horror-esque storytelling. They don't have a finale that's carried entirely by the subtle nuances of actors' physical performances as opposed to any dialogue. Like, those aren't things that should conventionally be in an action movie, but they are, and they work marvelously. That willingness to engage with the silence and the somber and the slow, that's one of the biggest things that I love about Final Reckoning. Thoughts on the villain of Tropical Freeze? I don't really play that game for the story, so I have no real thoughts on the villain of Tropical Freeze. Would I rather have no arms or no legs? No legs. I couldn't do my job if I didn't have arms. Like, there's workarounds if you don't have legs. You have... I assume you also mean, like, no prosthetic legs or anything, but I could make do... I have to change a lot about my life, obviously, but I could get by with no legs, I think. But, like, I physically couldn't edit or make videos if I didn't have any arms. I mean, I guess theoretically it could be possible if you, like, if you use, like, a joystick instead of a mouse and you grab the joystick with your teeth, but I don't know. I think that would get awful very quickly. Have I played ARMS on the Switch? Once. The first day of my sophomore year of high school, FG brought her Switch to school, and at lunch we played some games. One of them was ARMS, and it was fun. Not fun enough to make me want to buy it myself, but, you know, we had a good time playing it, I guess. What's the movie from this year that I haven't seen yet or hasn't come out that I'm most excited for? I guess, I mean, the things I'm most excited for are TV shows. Because Hazbin Hotel Season 2 is next month. Vince Gilligan's new show, Pluribus, is November. Stranger Things Season 5 starts in November. As far as movies are concerned, I guess the thing I have the most interest in is probably the second FNAF movie, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh, actually, no, Zootopia 2. I'd say Zootopia 2. I actually rewatched Zootopia 2 pretty recently. And here's my thing with Zootopia 2. The reason I've fallen out of love with it doesn't even have anything to do with the story itself technically. I mean, there's some bits that are kind of like, but the core character arcs and stories are still great. I loved all that on my most recent viewing. It's just, when you view the film through the context of the allegory that it's clearly going for in much the same way that Elemental doesn't hold up, Zootopia doesn't really either. Because it's trying to equate racial segregation and racism with predators and prey, and that just doesn't work at all. So, but if you don't think about it on that level, and you just take it for what it is as a story about a world full of animals trying to solve a mystery, it's a really... obviously also ignoring the sheep. The fucking sheep. I hate the sheep. Sheep sucks. I do like the final scene with the sheep and the turnabout reversal that Judy and Nick pull, but the sheep is just... ugh, one of the worst things Disney's done. I mean, Zootopia 1? Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. With all the stuff I'm talking about with... I've rewatched Zootopia 1 recently. But so I guess, you know, based on the characters in the world, I'm looking forward to seeing Zootopia 2. Just looking forward to seeing more of it, but I'm not, like I said in the video, I'm not, like, super excited about it. It's just kind of a thing, we'll see how it goes. Thoughts on Bad Guys 2? I struggle to decide whether Bad Guys 1 or 2 is better. Honestly. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. They're about the same, and I'm excited for Bad Guys 3. I guess would be the big takeaway. Wasn't there a Breaking Bad reference in Zootopia? There was indeed. And I had no idea what it meant for the longest time because I'd never seen Breaking Bad. But then when I finally did, I was like, oh, I get it now. Do I know Days of Thunder? Yes. I watched Days of Thunder, I think, 3 years ago. And I liked it enough. Not enough to make me want to rewatch it anytime soon, but I liked it enough. It was an alright Tom Cruise movie. Bad Guys 2 sets up a third movie? Oh, it most certainly does. And I am very much excited for it. Well, although I say that, but apparently Bad Guys 2 didn't perform in accordance with expectations, so I hope that doesn't mean Bad Guys 3 isn't going to get made. I mean, if it doesn't, it still ends on a satisfying enough note to where I wouldn't feel like, betrayed if they didn't make it, but I still would like them to make it. It's definitely more room for the story to grow, more adventures that could be had. Least favorite episode from Breaking Bad, it's The Fly. You know it's The Fly. It's The Fly. It's The Fly. Does whatever a fly does. It's not even like, I don't hate The Fly as much as I used to. There is a lot of, oh, shit. There is merit to it that I didn't fully appreciate on my first viewing, but it still clearly sets itself apart from the rest of the series. Do I still like Hazbin Hotel? Yes. Hope they don't retread the Bad Guys Get Framed trope in Bad Guys 3. Yeah, that was one of my disappointments with Bad Guys 2, was that I just felt like, oh, are we doing this again? I was extremely disappointed by that aspect of it. Is this the worst galaxy? No, it might be the hardest galaxy, but I wouldn't say it's the worst. The worst, I'd probably say something like Bonefin or Drip Drop, or one of those kind of throwaway whatever galaxies. But this one isn't bad, it's just brutal. I don't know if I'm going to do all the trial galaxies now, but I at least wanted to try to get this one out of the way. Because this one can be extremely tough. And I'll probably also have to take a brief lunch break here soon, because I'm starting to get a little hungry. And I want to try to finish the game today, so I need to recharge. I definitely don't want to skip lunch, because I have done that for some streams. I've skipped lunch, and I've regretted it very soon after I ended the stream. So we will not be doing that today. We will be eating. Just like I did yesterday. One step at a time. No! We're good. We're chill. There's more, right? Yeah, there's still one more section we have to get through. And then we're home free. Okay. I think I remember how I have to do this. Okay, we're good. Whew. That honestly didn't take as long as I was expecting. I thought I'd be stuck here for way longer than that. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to get through the other two trial galaxies, and then I will get, and then I'll go grab lunch real quick. Shouldn't take me more than like 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll go to the garden, and that'll be the last, well, garden and gate, the last kind of dual dome, and then we can go fight Bowser. Are me and my fellow editors able to make YouTube poops? I don't even really fully know what those are. Like, I don't really watch them, so it's not something I would be interested in making, and I wouldn't know how to make one. If I have a 100% save file, will I go through the Grand Finale Galaxy to close things off? Well, the thing is, I'm not even sure if I'm gonna do the purple coins, because in order to properly 100% this game, you have to do all the purple coin missions, and the purple coin missions kind of, well, some of them anyway, can be a real grind. If I do the purple coins, it'll be at a in a separate stream at some point in the future. But at that point, then I probably will just run through the Grand Finale Galaxy for the sake of conclusion, because I'm not replaying the whole game again as Luigi just to get that one brief galaxy. Have we done the trash minigame yet? We did the easy one last stream. The harder one, the one that makes you want to rip your hair out, is yet to come. That's gonna be not the last thing we do, but one of the last things we do before we go fight Bowser. Isn't the gateway also a purple coin mission? Yeah, but that one is... I'm fine doing it just because you get to use the flying Mario power-up. But the ones, like I'm mainly talking about the ones like in Sea Slide or in Freeze Flame, where you just have to navigate around this giant level, and you find 99 of them, but then there's one purple coin tucked in a corner somewhere. Those are the ones I hate. I also don't mind the timed ones. Timed ones are fine. It's just those the non-timed ones can be a real pain. Taking this nice and slow so I don't blow it right at the last second. New entries in my top 20 best and worst films. Oh, those lists are become completely outdated. Interstellar is one that's on there now. Interstellar is in the top 5. I'm actually gonna rewatch it recently for a video I'm working on. I love Interstellar so much. But a very recent addition to the list would be Heretic. Heretic is genuinely one of the best films I've ever seen. I'm still thinking about it to this day. I'm still eager to introduce it to as many new people as possible. I think it's still too early for me to say whether Weapons or Sinners would make the cut, but Heretic, I've thought about it enough. I've watched the movie 3 times. I'm going to watch it a 4th next month with some friends who haven't seen it. And I'm so excited to show it to them. I think enough time has passed for me to be able to pretty confidently say, because that's the thing you always got to be careful of, is recency bias. You always got to be wary of, well, you watch this new thing and you're saying it's awesome now, but will you still feel as hyped about it in a few months? And in some cases the answer is no, some cases the answer is yes. In fact, I'm more hyped about it because the more I've thought about it, the more I've come to appreciate it, and that is definitely the case with Heretic. On the best, of course. These are both talking about the best. I have not given much thought to what would be on the worst. I've watched some real shit, like Unfrosted, which would certainly be there, but beyond that, I really haven't given too much thought to what an updated version of either of the list would look like, but I at least have ideas of what would make the cut for the best list. I cannot say the same thing for the worst list. Getting a little too aggressive here. Oh no. 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 Clean run. Clean run. Indy 5 would be on there. Well, yeah, obviously, but I'm mainly thinking of sort of the more off-brand one-off, because I've said it before, Dial of Destiny would certainly be there. I'm thinking more stuff like Unfrosted, the sort of one-off, really crap things I've had to endure. Would Cocaine Bear make the cut? I mean, Quantumania, Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania is genuinely just an insult to... It's an affront to art, is what it is. Quantumania is fucking garbage. Thanks for stopping by, Ava. Hopefully you have a good time at the band concert. And I will see you soon. I've only got one Trial Galaxy left. I might also do the Flying Mario. The Gate Galaxy Purple Coin mission. Depending on how long it takes us to do the... Because Loop-de-Swoop can be a pain. Loop-de-Swoop. One of 2 of the surfing galaxies in the game. How is the Toy Story 1 video going? I currently have a 30-page outline for the video. I was actually just working on it this morning, adding a few more bips and bobs and moving things around structurally. I might work on it a little bit more after today's stream, but I also might not, depending on how late the stream goes for. Because we still got a little bit of a ways to go before we can get to Bowser. So we'll see how things go. Lilo and Stitch 2025. That's a solid... The other thing is I wouldn't want to just clog the list with a bunch of Disney live-action remakes. For the same reason that I put the rule of, like, one per franchise, because I don't want it to just be a boring list of, like, best movies. Toy Story 3 and 2 and 1. They're all there. You got Indiana Jones and the Lost Crusade and Raiders of the Lost Ark. Technically, it's a more accurate list, but it's not as entertaining to watch or listen to when you just have the same franchise over and over again. So I think it's more interesting when you limit yourself to one franchise. It also helps in the case of video games if you allow yourself to include collections, because you can put, like, Halo the Master Chief Collection or Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, and that kind of covers your bases in that regard. Holy crap. I can't believe we haven't fallen yet. Hold on. Careful. 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 Okay, never doing that again. Oh my goodness. MODOK in that film is the funniest shit you've seen in years. I don't know how anyone at Marvel looked at that and said, "Yep, that's a lock. That's a final. Put it into film." That is just perfection. Blows my mind. Do I think the Toy Story 1 Love Little will be one video or series? I imagine that it's going to be one video, but I said the same thing about Toy Story 3. And look how that turned out. So we'll see. Do I love how Janet is secretive for no fucking reason? No. I also don't love how everyone is just anti-Scott for no reason. Like, they're all making fun of the fact that he's painted as some kind of narcissist. He listens to his own books, or his own audiobooks, and he's like, yeah, you saved the world, but what have you done for me lately? Just, what's wrong with you? Why is this the way your brain works? Scott's like, I literally saved the world, and Cassie's like, and what do you do now? Sign books? I hate Cassie in Quantumania. But I just hate the whole thing. There's very little in Quantumania that I don't absolutely despise. Will I be seeing any future MCU movies, or am I done with the franchise for good? I'll probably still see the next Spider-Man movie, because I like Tom Holland, I like Zendaya. You know, I'm willing to give... If they're really going to return to more grounded stakes and not do multiverse shit again, I might like it. And of course, if there's anything the FG wants to see, I'll probably end up seeing. I certainly would not have seen Deadpool and Wolverine were it not for her. There's some stuff I might check out just out of interest or curiosity, but I'm certainly not. You guys gotta understand. There was a point when I was fully invested in the MCU. I marathon. If there's anyone in chat who is new here and doesn't know the story of how I got into the MCU, basically in high school when Endgame was first coming out, FG said she wanted to go see it with me, and I said, okay, sure. But then she's like, how many MCU movies have you seen? And I said, I don't know, I think maybe 5 in total. And she just about passed out from shock. So then she told me, you got to do some homework. You got to get caught up in order to fully appreciate Endgame before we go see it. Now, in fairness to her, she did not tell me that you have to watch the entire series before you go see Endgame. What she said is, you can just kind of watch the highlights. Like, I'll give you a list of movies you need to see in order to understand. And I said, no, I'm not doing anything halfway. If we're gonna do this, we're going all out. I'm gonna marathon. And by the way, this is a week before we saw the movie. So with 1 week to go, I marathoned through the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, phases 1 through 3, from Iron Man all the way to Avengers Infinity War. I say Infinity War and not Ant-Man and the Wasp or Captain Marvel, because I was watching... I saved Infinity War for last since Ant-Man and the Wasp takes place before Infinity War, and I had already seen Captain Marvel before this whole thing started and didn't really want to watch it again. So, I marathoned the whole series in a week, got hooked immediately, and then the next thing I knew, I was fully on board with the MCU moving forward. I was there day 1, night 1 for WandaVision, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Then Loki came out, killed my interest. Then well, I say killed my interest, but I was still around. Like, I still saw Black Widow, I still saw Shang-Chi, still saw No Way Home. I wasn't, like, fully off the train. I still saw Multiverse of Madness, Love and Thunder. It's just, like, it's disappointing. Why did I do that when I am trying to go backwards? Trying to go into the gate, not the garden. Just knowing I went from, like, being fully on board the MCU hype train to now just being completely apathetic at the state of modern Marvel. It's a shame. It really is a shame. Oh boy, Thor the Dark World. Thor the Dark World was actually one she explicitly told me, do not watch this. I'll just give you the summary. Because, of course, Thor the Dark World is important for understanding Endgame. But it's just, like, not a thing that you want to actually watch. But I did not listen to her. I took it upon myself to watch the whole thing, the whole series.
This planet, it's very dear to me. I looked forward to visiting this planet with the Lumas every 100 years. The Luma that's been traveling with you may also grow up to become a star someday. Some Lumas become planets, some become comets, and a few become power stars. I'm traveling with them while they look for a place to be reborn. But I never thought all this would happen.
Time to kick Bowser's ass. Not quite. We still have a whole dome to... I mean, I could go fight Bowser if I wanted to, but we still got a dome to get through. What I'm gonna do is, after this mission, I'm gonna go get lunch. I'll be back probably 5-10 minutes. And then after that, we will clear the Garden Galaxy, and then we'll be done. We will only have Bowser's left. I mean, there's still purple coins that we'd have to do afterwards, technically, but I don't, like I said before, I don't really want to do those. So, we'll just call it after we beat Bowser, and we'll call that beating the game. Maybe I'll come back and do the post-game content at some point, but it certainly will not be today. Because, like, basically what I'm doing right now, running around getting 100 purple coins, just imagine this, like, 16 times in a row, or something like that. I don't exactly know how many there are. There might only be 12. I don't know how many purple coins there are in total, honestly. But there's a lot of them. There's too many of them. Gets extremely tedious after just the first few. Favorite mobile game? Well, I would always say The Room. The Room isn't technically a mobile game anymore because it's out on it's on PC, it's on Switch. Can I get this fucking purple coin, please? Thank you. It's available on more than just mobile, but it started out as a mobile game, and for a long time, that's all it was. It took years for the Room series of puzzle games to get a PC port and a Switch port. So I think I'd still qualify because it's not. I guess this might be semantics, but I don't think they stopped being mobile games just because they got added to a different platform. They were still designed as mobile games, and they still very much function as mobile games. Angry Birds was another thing that I played a lot. That was the go-to game that I played in restaurants whenever if I was at dinner with a bunch of adults that my parents knew that I didn't care about and had no reason to want to talk to. My go-to game to play to just keep myself occupied while I waited for the torture to end was Angry Birds. All the different variations of Angry Birds. Angry Birds Seasons, Angry Birds Rio. Didn't play much of Angry Birds Space. I played a little bit of Angry Birds Space, but not much of it. There were a crazy ton of Angry Birds variations and spin-offs over the years. And we're done. Luigi playthrough when? Never. Absolutely never. I've got a life. Let's fly to the star, why not? It's so weird to me that they introduced this new power-up right at the end of the game, and then they never do anything with it beyond this star. It never... You can use it in the hub world to fly around, but it's not... It doesn't actually show up again in any actual star. It's so weird. This is my favorite Angry Bird. Ooh. I don't know. I mean, the bomb bird was always pretty useful. But I also was fond of the yellow one. The yellow one was pretty cool. I don't know any of their names, but those are the ones that I would say off the top of my head. Okay. We'll leave things here for now. I'll be back in probably 5-10 minutes. Just going to get myself something to eat so I don't starve to death. And then we should be able to finish the game decently quick. I guess it depends on how long we get stonewalled at the garbage minigame. But I will be back in just a few minutes. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I'll play some Galaxy music while I'm gone. And I will see you soon.
I'll show you the ropes, kid. Show you the ropes. There it is. I'll show you the ropes.
All the parts you need, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love.
This job at Movember opened up, which is a global charity dedicated to men's health. I had an opportunity to parlay some of my crypto philanthropy experience, and it just felt like serendipity.
Okay. Let's continue where we left off. We're actually we're very close to the end. We only have a few more galaxies to go through, and then we are ready to go. Oh no. Oh no. People have just been spamming star command. There's a crypto ad? Was there actually? Oh, that's always the thing I'm afraid of when I play music from YouTube videos, is that when I'm gone, they're gonna switch to an ad. I think that happened at some point in a previous stream. Malfunctioning Woody Army Junction. The malfunctioning army is this chat. You guys have gone nuts. Toy Story 5 has corrupted all of your brains. How many Starbits are you gonna take from me? Oh god. They farm you out so many Starbits to get to all the galaxies in this game. Rendezvous with Grom Command. Oh, Jesus. Toy Story 5 is gonna break all of us. There is no hope. Where's your kid now, Sheriff? No, really, where is he? Because you left him. Fucking asshole. Terrence is the biggest bird. Chuck's the yellow one. Ah, Chuck. Hey, my name is not Chuck! Oh, whatever. You hate what Rovio did to Angry Birds? I am totally oblivious to anything that's happened with Angry Birds. I haven't really kept up with the series in a very long time. I don't think I actually... Actually, I did play it technically extremely recently because I had to record footage of me playing Angry Birds for the D23 video where I make the joke about Bonnie being addicted to Angry Birds. But that was the first time I had played it in at least a decade. Probably more than that. I cannot remember the last time I actually sat down to play. I think it was probably in middle school. I've not been avidly interested in the Angry Birds. I still haven't seen either of the two movies. People say the Angry Birds movie is actually good, surprisingly so. And like, I'll take your word for it. I haven't seen it. Surprisingly, my dad walked out of the Angry Birds. He saw it without me, and he walked out of it saying, you know, actually that was actually really great, which I really didn't expect, because he's extremely hard to please when it comes to movies. Oh yeah, well, good riddance, Jaloony. Rendezvous with Star Command. You think me and FG should voice Rex and Trixie? Yeah, you know, the scene at the end of Toy Story 3 when Rex and Trixie are just fumbling over the keyboard together. I guess it's not, you could probably, if someone found a good clip in one of our co-op streams, it probably wouldn't be too hard to just replace that audio completely with one of the clips of us just going back and forth with each other. I can see that. I'm just glad Rex finally found a fellow gamer friend in Toy Story 3. That's so cool that everyone has their own little companion in the end at Bonnie's house. Oh, that was not part of the plan. That was not part of the grand plan. Thoughts on the villain of Ice Age Continental Drift? He's easily the best villain in the Ice Age franchise, and it's not even close. Captain Gut is a huge reason why that movie is so good. There is no home! There is only here, and here, your ship belongs to me. I love Captain Gut. He even gets to sing a sea shanty. Who doesn't love a good sea shanty? Do I eat spicy food? I don't go out of my way to eat spicy food, but I don't mind there being spice in my foods. Like, I don't have a... I'd say I have a moderately high tolerance for spicy food. I think the hottest of hot and the spiciest of spice would probably destroy my mouth. But I don't mind there being a bit... I mean, my favorite food is chili. And obviously there's a lot of spice, or at least there can be a lot of spice that comes with that. Have I seen either the original and or the reboot of DuckTales? I've not seen the original. I've seen the pilot of the DuckTales reboot, and I do plan on watching the full series. That's one of the animated series that's on my list of things I would like to watch at some point. Rex's plotline in Toy Story 2 wouldn't work today since he could just look up YouTube videos. Yeah, it does. I was thinking about that because I rewatched Toy Story 2 very recently, as I did the whole series, because I saw the original in theaters and then watched the other two right afterwards. I was thinking about how Rex's plot would work in the context of the whole of modern day times, because like the notion of just being stuck on a video game level and not knowing what to do next is like that's a totally antiquated plot beat. Because you're right, it's like nowadays if you get stuck on something, you just either you tough it out or you just look at a walkthrough. But now it does remind me of the days where it's like, oh, you get stuck on a walkthrough or you stuck in a game level and you just gotta figure it out, or you work together with other people, you compare notes and you figure out the best way through it. And like there being secret techniques and secret things hidden in levels that would, because those video game guides that you would buy, those physical books, I still have some of them. They were really, really useful and really comprehensive. Nowadays, not really, because there's just as, if not, there's resources on the internet that are just as, if not better than what you could get in those books, but you can get them for free instead of having to pay a decent chunk of money to get those things. It's so fascinating how, like, those are the types of things that age more so than any, like, technical things. Because if you were to tell this story today, I mean, you could make it work. You just have to change a lot of the context. But it is funny thinking about that old style of communal craft and working to figure out how to clear an obstacle in a video game. In a way, I guess the closest that I've come to that kind of thing in my lifetime is like theory crafting with people for the FNAF games, because obviously no video game walkthrough can get you out of those situations, right? You just have to figure it out. You have to compare, you have to figure it out yourself, and it led to a lot of people, you know, kind of having group think sessions, group sessions where everyone has their own theories and their own notes and their own observations, their own ideas of what could be happening. Like MatPat, we were talking about MatPat earlier, he would do those live streams with other fellow FNAF theorists where they would all put their heads together and figure out, okay, what does this game really mean? That's the closest I've had in my lifetime to that kind of principle and that kind of design when it comes to video games.
Oh, that's just a dinosaur toy down the street. That's nothing. Let me just take care of that. Just a dinosaur. All right.
More. Okay, enter. Please don't be far. Please, please. Rex's small arms couldn't type up the walkthrough. But look at my little arms! I can't press the fire button and jump at the same time! Rex is the best side character in Toy Story, by the way.
I did it! I finally defeated Zurg!
Father. The original version of that, by the way, it was gonna be that Buzz has to, after Andy's toys get to the bottom of the elevator and they're running towards the Pizza Planet truck, instead of Utility Belt Buzz walking on screen with a tennis ball, or not a tennis ball, one of Zurg's balls and in his cannon thing, and they're playing catch with each other. Instead of it being an optimistic kind of happy ending for the two, Utility Belt Buzz was gonna walk on camera with the corpse, the broken, destroyed corpse of Zurg. And he was gonna be like, I have to go bury my father now. It's like, Jesus fuck, what the hell? Guys, I mean, it's kind of funny in a dark way, but man, I can't believe that was actually considered at some point. And also, obviously, tonally, wouldn't really fit the balls to the walls, non-stop bullet train action of the final act of Toy Story 2. But that's so, just that was ever considered is so interesting to me. It's always fascinating hearing about what almost made the cut but didn't. Could I recreate the entire script from Toy Story 2 or 3 from memory? I could recreate the entire script from the entire trilogy from memory. In fact, that's a problem I have, is I have to, when I rewatch the trilogy, I have to stop myself from just speaking along to the movie. You could blindfold me and mute the movie, and I'd still be able to follow along from memory. And not only follow along from memory, but I'd probably even get the timing of how long between each line there was. You could say I've seen these movies a lot in my life. I have rewatched, I don't know that there's anything in the world that I've rewatched more than the original Toy Story trilogy. Excuse me? Thank you. Is my father the type of man who wears a suit, sits on a chair drinking coffee while reading newspaper? No, he doesn't do he doesn't do at least 3 of those things. He doesn't wear suits, he doesn't drink coffee, and he doesn't read newspapers. How many times have I watched the original trilogy? I can't even begin to... Like, I know this is a cop-out answer. I genuinely can't even begin to count. Especially with Toy Story 3. Because the thing with Toy Story 3 is that it was a movie... So, I'm gonna have to explain some lore real quick. My parents had a TiVo. And the way that TiVo worked is that if you were recording something live, like if you were recording a show or a movie live as it was airing and being broadcast, you could not be tuned into any channel other than the one that your TiVo was currently recording on. But you could watch anything that you had already recorded. So my parents just had a bunch of stuff stockpiled in their recordings that they could put on the TV as background noise so they could have something on while it was recording an episode, the next episode of TV or whatever. And one of the movies that they had in this stockpile was, as you might have guessed, Toy Story 3. So, for as many times as I've watched the first 2 movies as on loop as a kid, VHS, DVD, back in the car, whatever, I rewatch Toy Story 3 even more because it was just constantly playing on our living room TV. Constantly playing. I genuinely couldn't even begin to calculate how much of my life has been spent rewatching those movies. It's whatever the answer is, it's probably terrifying. See that slick move I just did right there? I took out the Magic Koopa and then also swiped the shell out of the air. One fell swoop. Trevor's dad stands up while drinking tea and reading news on his phone in his pajamas. The Bizarro version of this caricature. I was gonna say he doesn't sit. Nah. That's the one that he does do that. Although, in keeping with what I was talking about earlier, if a chair isn't designed, like he has very specially designed chairs back in my parents' house because of how sensitive his neck and back are. Like, there's a lot of things he literally can't sit on. That's why in restaurants it's a big deal. Movie theaters, theme park rides, there's a lot of... You have to be very, very careful with where he sits because of how sensitive his neck and back are. So I guess from a certain point of view, there is an angle to that. If I could voice act one of the characters from the Toy Story trilogy, who would I pick? That's a good question. I don't know. You mean like if they were to make another one and they replace the voice actor with me for some stupid reason, or like any of the currently existing Toy Story movies, I could voice any of those characters? Because that my answer will change depending on what stipulations I have to work with here. Oh no, not the bubble. Favorite Ratchet & Clank game is Rift Apart, but I do have a soft spot for the 2016 remake because it was my first game of the series, and without it I would never have discovered all the other games. So, for as much of a butchering of the original source material as that game is... Oh, you should have been here yesterday, Gugonic. We had a whole conversation about the Ratchet & Clank remake versus the original as far as how Ratchet's characterized. But yeah, as much as I appreciate that game and I have a soft spot for it, I would never defend it as... Well, I would defend the gameplay. I would defend the gameplay and the level design for the most part. For the levels that they didn't just cut out of the original, I would defend. It's just the story is a disaster. As its own thing and in comparison to the original, it's a fucking nightmare. And I haven't even seen the movie that most of the cutscenes are pulled from. I just talking about the game itself. It's just bleh. Killing myself. Yeah. So the context was we were talking about the Black Friday reel of Toy Story and how that compares to the finished version. And I talked about how if they were to remake Toy Story, I don't trust that Pixar wouldn't sand down Woody's character to the point where all the original charm and soul of the story is completely lost. And it reminded me of, like, the immediate comparison I thought of was Ratchet and Clank, where Ratchet in the original game is not exactly a squeaky clean protagonist. He has an edge to him. And then the remake just basically took all that edge away and made him a super brand safe, kid-friendly adventurer that doesn't... That's what I fear would happen if Pixar were ever to remake Toy Story with, like, updated visuals or whatever. I think they would be... Or maybe not even Pixar, but I think Disney would be too afraid of them having a protagonist that isn't just squeaky clean, like most, if not all of their protagonists are. Like, when's the last time they had a protagonist that was anything remotely close to Woody? Because, like, much as I love Encanto, Mirabelle is very much just... She is very squeaky clean. I don't even remember anything about Strange World, so who fucking knows. Wish, Asha is the naive idealist who wants everyone's wish to be granted. Moana... Yeah, Moana doesn't even have an arc in Moana 2. And what was before that? I have not seen Raya and the Last Dragon, and I probably never will, so I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I guess if you just think about all the Disney protagonists recently, I don't think Disney would ever want to have a character like Woody, as he was in the original movie. I mean, I don't want. There's a lot of reasons I wouldn't want Toy Story to be remade, but that is certainly one of them. Any of Toy Story? Okay, I would love to voice Lotso. Well, hello there. I thought I heard new voices. Welcome to Sunnyside, folks. I'm Lotso Huggin' Bear, but please call me Lotso. I'd also love to take a crack at Jessie, honestly. Because, well, especially because apparently people liked my Jessie impression in the D23 video. But I think I'd take a crack at Lotso. I'd love to do that voice. Have I played the Mario and Luigi games? No, I have not. I have not played any of those. Your favorite Ratchet and Clank games are the ones in the original trilogy? So far, those are the only games I've played so far are the original trilogy, and then the remake and Rift Apart. I will play the PS3 games at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I would... Oh, God. I'd rank them as 1, 2, 3. The first game is, for all of its jank, and it's the things about it that clearly show their age, I think it is the most cohesive of all of... At least, definitely narratively speaking, it is the most cohesive. 2's gameplay is obviously better than 1's, but... then you have to deal with that story. So, I'll pass. And 3 was just disappointing for a lot of reasons. The multiplayer, dragging down the campaign level design being one of them. How about Buzz? Well, I mean, thing is, I would... There's no Toy Story character I wouldn't want to... probably wouldn't have fun voicing. Buzz Lightyear to Star Command. Come in, Star Command. Right now, poised at the edge of the galaxy, Emperor Zurg has been secretly building a weapon with the destructive capacity to annihilate an entire planet. I alone hold information that reveals this weapon's only weakness. And you, my friend, are responsible for delaying my rendezvous with Star Command. Like, I'd love to take a crack at any of them, but I think because Lotso has a great range as far as you have the sweet Southern Charmer, and then you have the evil tyrannical dictator, so it's a good range that you could experiment with. You can do a decent Big the Cat impression. I can do a decent Big the Cat impression, but everyone I know can do a better one than I can. Yoo-hoo! Froggy! If I were given the opportunity to direct my own movie, would it be an original or a sequel? It'd be an original. There's ideas I have for things. Oh, not the Daredevil comment. This one's annoying. It would definitely be an original. Thoughts on Dr. Nefarious? He is very funny. Lawrence! Wait till I try to 100% the original trilogy. I'll pass on that one, thanks. I'd rather not. I'm good. I'm good. Even just getting the Rhino for the first game was a giant pain in the ass, because I had to glitch out of bounds to exploit the level design in order to grind for all the bolts I needed to get that thing. Favorite Mario enemy? I don't think I have one. Thoughts on Drek? Oh, shoot. He's the best villain of the original trilogy. And he's completely ruined and made into a joke. And supplanted by Nefarious in the remake. Thoughts on King Magnifico? He's terrible. He's boring, uninteresting. He's an embarrassment to the concept of Disney villains. Can I voice Lenny?
Right here, Woody. Guys, Woody's riding RC, and Buzz is with him.
So, not really. Can I do an impression of Owl? To overnight 6 packages to Japan is how much? What? That's in yen, right? Dollars? Oh, you are deliberately taking advantage of people in a hurry, you know that? So, yeah, not really. There's only my voice has a very limited range as to what it can accomplish. Imagine we added another 0 to the price, My voice is better at trying to replicate certain characters than it is at replicating others. And Owl, I don't think is really one of them. Yeah, the PS2 versions of the trilogy, and they're better than the remasters. They're better than the remasters. In what ways would you say that they're better than the remasters? Because I know, as far as the widescreen, there's some things that just weren't designed to be seen because they were originally in 4:3. But aside from that, what would you say makes them better than the remasters? Because there is plenty of stuff that is just kind of awkwardly to the side of the screen, or character animations that are obviously jank that you were never intended to see because of the original aspect ratio. Can I do an impression of Ken? So, who's ready for Ken's Dream Tour? And for more normal sounding characters, there's less to really... It's harder to do an impression when it kind of sounds like you're just chasing after someone else's natural speaking voice.
Oh, darn it, Barbie. Okay, but things are complicated around here. You gotta do what I say. I will, Ken. I promise. And this is where the magic happens.
Less glitches? Okay. I see. Makes sense. That does unfortunately tend to happen with remasters sometimes. Not me doing Toy Story voices to myself in my house right now. It's fun trying to replicate the pitch of all the characters. Zurg.
So, we meet again, Buzz Lightyear. For the last time. Surrender, Buzz Lightyear. I have won.
I'll never give in. You killed my father.
No, Buzz. I am your father.
No. Yeah, that's my... Zurg's easier because he just has such a low pitch. So it's easier for me to reach that. Because my voice is naturally kind of low pitched. Even though it didn't used to be. I used to have a much higher... Well, I mean, everyone used to have a much higher pitched voice. But my voice remained higher pitched for longer than most people did. So I could always, I mean, even still to this day, I can do things like this to make my voice go really high, which usually scares the shit out of people. Because my natural speaking voice is so low, it makes it all the more surprising when I pull that out of left field. And suddenly they're like, what the fuck? Did you get possessed by a gremlin? What happened to you? Favorite Lotso henchman? I like Stretch. I like Stretch a lot. Obviously ignoring Ken, because Ken is obviously the best. But ignoring Ken, I think I'd say Stretch. Being voiced by Whoopi Goldberg helps a lot with that. Chung's also got a pretty creative design. He has the face that flips around. Oh, you know what? The Bookworm. Bookworm's kind of underrated. I don't know why this couldn't wait until morning, Ken, but here you go. Ah, there it is. It was filed under Lightyear. Ow. I hate this one. Can I do a Mr. Incredible impression? Not right. I don't. That's another one of those the voice kind of sounds normal enough to where. I mean, I can try. It's psychotic. They keep creating new ways to celebrate mediocrity, but if someone is genuinely exceptional, yeah, it's the voice is too normal for me to do anything with. The robot that works for lots of Sparks. Neither are you, Chunk. Have you ever gone to Mickey's Not So Scary or Very Merry Christmas parties at Magic Kingdom? I've been to both of them. I was talking earlier, I went to the Very Merry Christmas... Excuse me, sorry. I went to the Very Merry Christmas party, and that's when they pumped all the fake snow into the Magic Kingdom, which was the closest I've ever come to seeing proper snow. And then I have done the Not So Scary Halloween party. I did the Merry Christmas party more because, as I just established, I'm more of a Christmas person than a Halloween person. But I have done them both. That quote ages better every day. Yeah, The Incredibles is just one of those movies that is never gonna age. It's gonna become more. It's an evergreen story. Oh, you can't be seen in this, darling. I won't allow it. This is a hobo suit. Fine. I will also fix the hobo suit. I never look back, darling. It distracts from the now. No capes. Edna's fun. Edna's a fun one to try to do. Do you remember Thunderhead? Thoughts on Gary the Snail? Meow. Gary's a cool character. I almost started humming Come Home Perry from Phineas and Ferb. Just replacing Perry with Gary. You sly dog, you got me monologuing. I can't believe this. Edna mode. And guess. Yes, words are useless. Gobble, 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 gobble. Too much of it, darling, too much. That is why I show you my work. That is why you are here. Direction Mr. Huff. Voice of the same actor did Rex from Toy Story. It's funny, a lot of people tell me that they think of, whenever they hear Rex, they always think of Mr. Huff from Incredibles. It's always the reverse for me. Same thing with that guy, the principal in Chicken Little, and also the principal in a Goofy movie. I just hear Rex, which, I mean, this shouldn't surprise you, right? Because obviously Toy Story is my thing. I just hear Rex everywhere I go, and I see Wally Shawn or I hear Wally Shawn. Whereas for a lot of people, they might think of a Goofy movie everywhere, or they might think of The Incredibles whenever they hear his voice. My big story for this, or my big example of this happening, is most people, when they played Minecraft Story Mode and they heard Patton Oswalt as Jesse, they immediately think of Remy from Ratatouille, whereas I'm the total opposite. I saw Ratatouille for essentially the first time a couple years ago, and all I could think of was, it's Jesse from Minecraft Story Mode. Jesse, we need to build.
Pull yourself together. You are Elastigirl. But there's no tech on my stool before he moves, and after he moves, there's a tech. Coincidence? I think not.
I didn't intend for the stream to devolve into just me doing a bunch of silly voices, but I guess that's where we are. Do I prefer Mr. Krabs' normal voice or his BFBB voice? Oh, I mean, obviously his normal voice. I'm used to his Battle for Bikini Bottom voice because I've been playing the game since I was, I don't know, 3. However, from as early as I was physically able to hold a controller. So, I'm used to it, but that doesn't mean I like it. Clancy Brown's obviously the superior Mr. Krabs voice. You know, I think anyone, I'd love to get anyone who likes the Spring Mushroom to play this, and I'd be like, so how about now? Do we still like the Spring Mushroom, or have we, have our thoughts evolved somewhat? Thoughts on Minecraft Story Mode? You know, I need to replay it to have a more definitive stance on the matter. I'd say it's a very messy story, but it's one that I love a lot. Like, I can never bring myself to hate Minecraft Story Mode, especially because it's the main reason why FG and I are as close as we are. I know that sounds silly, but we were friends in high school, but we didn't really talk. We didn't really start fully talking to each other and getting to know each other a lot better until one day, out of nowhere, I made a reference to Minecraft Story Mode that you'd only get, like, if you didn't play Minecraft Story Mode, it would mean nothing to you, and it would be, like, a totally normal thing to say. But if you have played Minecraft Story Mode, then you would understand on a deeper level, and she did get my reference. So then I was like, oh shit, she actually plays this. Because I don't think anyone else I knew was playing Minecraft Story Mode at the time. Most people just thought it was silly, and were begging Telltale for other things like Wolf Among Us Season 2, or the next season of The Walking Dead. So, that she got the reference, and also, you know, that led to us having a full-on nerd out, much to the chagrin of everyone around us who just hated how nerdy we were and how much we devolved into nothing but nerd talk for the entire rest of the class. That was the main reason we started talking a lot more consistently. So, I owe Minecraft Story Mode that at the very least. This was when Season 2 was coming out. It was in 2017. So I guess Season 2 specifically, but Season 2 wouldn't exist without Season 1. And Season 1 I have fond memories of. I don't know whether Season 2 or Season 1 would be better. Because I think at the time, I might have said Season 2 was better because it was more cohesive. Because Season 1 is just 2 different story arcs smashed together. And one of them is basically just a monster of the week, go to different worlds, and one of them happens to have a bunch of Minecraft YouTubers. Where Season 2 had a much more focused narrative. I don't know what I'd say now. Minecraft Story Mode Let's Play? Maybe not Let's Play, but I might stream the game, because in case you guys don't know, Minecraft Story Mode Season 1 turns 10 years old next month. Like, in a matter of a couple weeks, actually, it turns 10 years old. So, it would certainly not be beyond the realm of possibility for me to stream the game. And sort of revisit it and see how I feel all these years later. And maybe even let people in chat decide where we go next and what choices we make. Not all of them, because good lord, I was talking about GT Live earlier. The thing with GT Live, I love their playthrough of Until Dawn, but they paused to ask chat for basically every choice they made. And while I appreciate that they were willing to engage with the community that extensively, the problem is that it makes them take 10 times longer to get through the game than every other YouTuber did. Because, of course, they have to stop for every single choice and wait for chat to respond and try to poll up and decide what the best course of action is. So I would not be doing that. But for major choices, I'd be happy to poll people and see what they want to see, especially for ones that dramatically change the story. As far as deciding, do you go here or do you go here? Like the one at the end of episode 1 is a pretty big one. Or in terms of what character you save and that kind of thing. Save, yes. How about the crowds at Disney World versus Universal when I went recently to both resorts? Crowds were basically non-existent at Disney World and Universal, except because we went during the first week of September, so by that point, most Florida kids were back in school. The only place we hit heavy crowds was Epic Universe, both because the park is still relatively new and also because it doesn't have the infrastructure in place to support the level of popularity that it has garnered. But other than Epic Universe, the crowds are pretty tame across the board. When you ever caught a Trevor stream? Well, hello, Mad Dog. Welcome to the stream. Glad you managed to stop by. We're just chilling, talking about things, playing a pretty awesome game. And we're almost at the end. We only have 2 more galaxies to get, well, 3 technically, because there's that one short snow bunny one. And then we will go fight Bowser. Have I played In Space with Markiplier? Hell yes, I played In Space with Markiplier. I played a heist with Markiplier too. I was really excited for In Space with Markiplier, and I was very pleased with how that turned out. I even watched the stream Mark did. Well, I watched all the behind-the-scenes stuff, obviously, and I also did the sort of post-mortem stream Mark did, talking a little bit extra about some behind-the-scenes stuff, and his kind of creative thought process. Favorite ending of a heist with Markiplier? I need to play it again. I've forgotten a lot of Heist with Markiplier. Because I only played it once when it first came out in, like, fall of 2019. So I would need to revisit it to know. Have I played Day with Markiplier? I did, but I remember even less of that than I did Heist with Markiplier. Space is the one that's freshest in my mind, because that's the one that was the largest scale, the biggest budget, and felt like it also had the most to say overall. Oh, well, I mean, the one thing I do remember from Heist with Markiplier is the I Don't Want to Be Free song, but In Space with Markiplier also has The Last Goodbye, which is... Oh, it has The Last Goodbye and also Space Was Cool, both of which are incredible songs. Oh. Favorite type of shark? Oh, I don't know anything about sharks. I'm the wrong person to ask that question. How would I rank the English VAs for Sonic? Can you give me a list of all of them, just so I don't forget anyone? From the top of my head, it's Roger Craig Smith, Jason Griffith, and of course Ben Schwartz. But I know there's more than that. I just don't know what they are. Thoughts on the SpongeBob episode, I'm With Stupid? One of the worst things I've ever seen. I hate that episode. Legitimately cannot stand I'm With Stupid. What's worse, NFTs or AI art? I mean, both? Both is good. But I'd probably go with AI art, because it's not art. It's just generated content with no human input or soul or creativity or passion or artistic merit. It's not... It's highly destructive for the environment, and just everything about it is terrible. It's made off the backs of actual artists that it just steals from in order to generate its own bullshit. So I'd probably say that, but also they both suck, so, you know, why have a competition over which piece of shit is the smelliest? Ryan Drummond, Jason Griffith, Roger Craig Smith. Well, seeing as I don't even recognize Ryan Drummond's contributions, I'd probably just go Roger Craig Smith, Jason Griffith, and then the other guy. But Ben Schwartz would be the top all of them. Ben Schwartz is my favorite of all the English VA performances for Sonic's character. Ryan Drum was for SA1, 2, and Heroes. That, in that case, yeah, he's definitely at the bottom. I'm not fond of the Sonic's voice in any of those. And Jaleel White voices Sonic in the old cartoons. I haven't seen any of those, so I can't even comment on that. I'm with Stupid just makes me ask SpongeBob, why is Patrick your best friend? Yeah, I'm with Stupid is like if the Black Friday reel for Toy Story was real, or, well, was actually made it into the finished product, I should say. It's just insufferable to watch, and you hate everyone so much. They're all terrible. It's one of the most mean-spirited episodes of anything I've ever seen. Martin Berg versus Sonic in the OVA is another thing that I have not seen. So of the four I'm familiar with, it would be Ben Schwartz, Roger Craig Smith, Jason Griffith, and then the other guy. You hate Stuck in the Ringer? Is that a that's not a episode from the first 3 seasons, is it? That's a later season? I don't think I've seen Stuck in the Ringer. Would I watch a Back to the Future reboot with new actors, assuming they did it? Well, the thing with Back to the Future is that it's never getting remade. As long as Bob Gale and Robert Zemeckis are alive, they are. It's like legally binding that they are. The studios are not allowed to even try to touch. They can't do it without their approval, and they're never going to give their approval. And good for them. They understand the importance of artistic integrity, and they are not interested in sullying it at all with any potential reboots. But like if you're saying like maybe in the distant future, as contracts expire and they both are no longer with us and there's no one left around to stop them from trying to reboot it. I mean, I'm sure I'd still watch it to see how badly they fuck it up, but I guarantee you that if they did remake Back to the Future, it would lose they would change a bunch of shit that doesn't need to be changed, and it would just lose all its charm and all its soul. Much as I try to be optimistic about things in the industry, the one thing that I will never be optimistic about is live action or just remakes in general of movies. With games, it's kind of a different story, although not real. Like with games, there's usually more room for improvement because you have mechanical things to take into consideration. As far as this game is mechanically not too sound, it's kind of archaic. But when it comes to movies, you're relying on the story more than anything else, and a good story is timeless. A good story will be just as well written 20 years from now as it was 20 years ago. So, like, there's just no need to remake movies. Or at least not the movies that Hollywood is interested in remaking. Because you never see them take a movie that had potential but didn't work and try to remake that. At least not that I can think of. Barring maybe a rare exception. They're always going to gun for really popular, really well-made, really successful things. Because that's more profitable. Because that's what they're interested in. They're interested in making a quick buck off of something where all the creative work has already been done. And on that basis, I am not optimistic about anybody's ability to remake iconic classics, especially something like Back to the Future. Second Ringer for Season 7? Okay, that will explain it. Yeah, I haven't seen... Oh no, is it time? Is it time? Oh shit, well, I fell. I forget which one of these has the pipe that leads to the second garbage minigame. Is this the one? Maybe not. We might be spared for now. We might be spared for now. One of the Dreadnought levels has the pipe to the garbage minigame. Anyway, I have not seen... I've seen random, sporadic, disjointed episodes from modern SpongeBob seasons. Some of which I've liked, some of which... I remember a couple... maybe a year ago or so. I was just kind of... I had TV on casually, and I was on... Nickelodeon or Nick Jr. or something, and they were just playing SpongeBob, and I decided, I'll put it on one and I'll see if it's good. And it was a modern episode. It was the one where SpongeBob and Patrick and Squidward go into the forest or whatever, and they're trying to find a legendary flower or a legendary... They're trying to find a mystical something MacGuffin or other waiting in the forest for them. I forget what the episode's called. Oh, Pineapple RV maybe? No, that doesn't sound right. I don't know. Point is, it's like if you just play me a random modern episode, there's a good chance I will probably like it. I don't know if all of modern SpongeBob is just terrible garbage. It's just that there are, there's obviously some episodes that probably should never have been made. Fortunately, I haven't seen like most of the infamously really bad SpongeBob episodes that people like to point to. I've not seen, nor will I ever, because there's no reason to. Why would I check this out if everyone unanimously tells me that it's just absolute garbage? Pineapple RV? Okay, that is the episode. Okay, so my memory wasn't failing me. Then yeah, that's the one that was on TV that day. And yeah, like there's been plenty of times where SpongeBob was just on and it happened to be an episode of Modern SpongeBob. And it was fine. It was perfectly enjoyable. No complaints. Maybe it's not as good as the original 3 seasons, but it's still enjoyable. It's not this blight on television that people will often make it out to be. Not to say that the bad episodes don't exist, because of course they still do. I just haven't seen them and don't have any incentive to. SpongeBob ever stated it's welcome. Yes, SpongeBob isn't really a show that I mentioned earlier that I think Blue's Clues is a show. Of course, it's a bit different because Blue's Clues is targeted to preschoolers and not just like kids and families and people in general. But I don't think SpongeBob is a show that really needs to stick around forever the same way shows like Sesame Street and Blue's Clues should. I don't keep up with it, and like I said, I don't hate all the new stuff like a lot of people might. But it is just kind of like, does it need to keep going? Do we need to still... I mean, it keeps... I guess if people enjoy working on the show, keeps people employed. If people still watch it, kids still like it, then I guess there's a reason it stuck around so long. But it does kind of... It's weird saying that I'm a SpongeBob fan when I haven't really seen most of what's available in the SpongeBob show. Just when I say I'm a fan of SpongeBob, I'm mainly talking about the first 4 seasons. I have not seen the vast majority of what happens after that point. They're releasing another SpongeBob movie in December. I did see that. It doesn't look interesting to me. And if Sponge on the Run is anything to go by, I definitely am not interested in checking it out. Unless if everyone sees it and says, guys, I know you're not gonna believe me, but this one's actually like really good, then maybe I'll go check it out. But as it stands, I have no plans on seeing the new SpongeBob movie. Have you seen the Plankton movie? No, I've not seen the Plankton movie. Oh no, this is it, isn't it? Oh. It's time for pain. It's time for pain. It's time for the garbage minigame. Alright, here we go. Let the suffering begin. Let's see how long we're trapped here for. Oh shit, I didn't realize I activated this bomb. That might actually help me. Because it means the fuse will go off sooner. Oh no. Oh no. Ugh. Nope, this is a dead run, I think. Yep. Yeah. Here we go. We're gonna be stuck here a while. How perfect do you have to be? You have to be almost perfect. There's very, very little room for error. They brought us back in Galaxy 2? No. They brought back a similar minigame, but the difference is that in Galaxy 2, it's infinitely better because you have direct control. It's instead of throwing bombs with not very precise throwing controls, you use the fire flower to destroy crates, where you actually are given, because when you have the fire flower, you're given direct control over where your fireballs go, which is not the case here. You just kind of have to guess roughly where the bombs are going to land when you throw them. And then that happens. This level sucks ass. Yes. Yes, this level does indeed suck ass. Yeah, one of many reasons why Galaxy 2 is a superior game is because it doesn't have this shit in it. The same principle is there, it's just actually well designed. Okay, that's a good start. Clearing the middle is a good start. And then that happens, yeah. Thoughts on the SpongeBob episode Life and Crime? It's good. No complaints about it. Yeah, there's a lot of things about the second half of Galaxy that I'm not particularly fond of, but this is quite obviously the worst part of all of it. It's bad enough they make you do it once. See, like, it was... I threw the bomb in pretty much the exact same position in the middle last time, but it was like 1 pixel off, so instead of clearing the entire middle, it cleared everything except this one stupid pile of garbage. That's on the question of how perfect you have to be, that should be your answer right there. 1 pixel's worth of difference determines whether or not you clear this. It's insane. Should detox by doing the Sunshine Pachinko machine? Shut up. Oh, that is a good question though. What's worse? Nope, that's not gonna. That's not in the middle. That was fun. See you in the next run. I do wonder what's worse. The pachinko machine or the garbage minigame. I don't know. I mean, I guess I need to, because I haven't played the pachinko machine in like almost 5 years. So I need to revisit it to have a better understanding. See, once again, it's 1 pixel off from where it needs to be, and so the... Okay, I got lucky there. Alright, we might be able to salvage this. Maybe not, though. No. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Oh, thank God. Good riddance. Fuck-ass gizmo robot. Good riddance. 100% complete Sunshine to truly answer this question? No. No, thank you. I choose life. I don't need the bragging rights of having done beaten Sunshine 100%. I'm good. We're chill. So many better things I could do with my life. Would I rather 100% Sunshine or Security Breach? Oh, easily Sunshine. Easily Sunshine. I mean, well, spoken as someone who hasn't 100%ed Sunshine, but I haven't 100%ed Security Breach either. But just, I would rather... I would feel like I have more control over my fate in Sunshine as far as platforming around the levels and getting all the blue coins and stuff than I would in Security Breach, where I am just at the mercy of the game's bullshit. I would readily play Sunshine 100% than I would do Security Breach 100%. Security Breach is such a failure of a video game. Like, Sunshine's mechanics are mostly solid. The core mechanics are mostly solid. Corona Mountain Boat notwithstanding, which is obviously just pure trash. It's just the levels. I need that postcard, though. No, I don't. I have to play Security because I said I would revisit my worst games. I didn't say I'd revisit all of them. So I don't have to play, like, I don't need, I mentioned this during yesterday's stream, I don't need to revisit Security Breach to know that I still think exactly the same thing I thought when I played the game in 2021. It's, not something that will probably ever change. Like, even though all the factoring in all the updates that removed most of the glitches, the jank is still there. It's a fundamentally extremely janky game, and not one that I ever want to revisit. Even when it's functioning as intended, it's still not very fun to play. Oh, hey, Life Mushroom. Oh. I hate it when this happens. You know, of the mainline galaxies, I actually... Dreadnought might be my least favorite. Like, ignoring all the one-off throwaway filler galaxies like Drip Drop and Big Mouth and Bonefin, I think Dreadnought might actually be my least favorite of the main 3-star galaxies. Yep. Yeah. The map in Security Breach is god-awful. I don't even use it. You probably have a greater chance of getting lost if you use the map than if you don't use it. Same thing, the cameras are a joke in Security Breach. Ignoring the fact that they run at 12 FPS. Fun fact about the garbage mission, if you throw a bomb with the yellow sparkly parts, it'll take out most of the trash quick. You may not have noticed this, but I was in fact throwing the bombs at the yellow sparkly bits, except for the one in the middle, because you need to throw it in the middle to be able to hit both those parts, to be able to take out both of the parts, both the chunks of garbage in the middle at once. It covers 2 bases at once. The problem is that it's pixel perfect, like hitting it right in the middle, which is why some rounds you can get it and sometimes you can't, just because of where, if you're 1 pixel off, then it won't hit both at once. Among Us stream would probably be a bad idea because the possibility of stream snipers. Well, the reason why Among Us stream would be a bad idea is because I don't like Among Us, and I would not enjoy, like, Among Us is another game that I don't need to play to know that, like, I would not have a good time revisiting it, especially not on stream. It's just, it's a game that theoretically I should enjoy, because it offers the type of social deduction that I would be a fan of. It's just that the type of game it's promised to be is not the type of game it actually offers as an experience, because it just inherently can't because of the nature of the... I will say there is one time I actually did enjoy playing Among Us, but the reason why I enjoyed playing it is because I was playing with people who agreed that all the typical Among Us community rules are stupid as hell, and we just ignored them altogether. Like, it was with FG's college friends, and they basically, like, as soon as the round started, they were still talking, and I was like, you guys talk while you play? And they're like, oh, yeah. The whole no talking rule is stupid as shit. As long as you don't talk about the game and what you're doing, then who cares? And I'm like, oh, you guys are, like, normal. Oh, cool, I can actually enjoy playing this with you. Instead of, like, whenever I remember watching Among Us streams where it's like, if one guy didn't even say anything, if he just, like, breathed or sneezed or coughed or something, they would immediately be met with, like, mute your microphone. It's like, okay. Some of y'all take this game way too seriously. The level of hostility that you are met with for doing that kind of stuff. Fun fact about the garbage mission, did you know that if you throw the bombs at the trash, it blows up? Well, really? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Okay, we're free from Dreadnought for now. We'll have to come back later to do the Prankster Comet. But for now, we can go to Melty Molten Galaxy. Would I try out Donkey Kong 64? Probably not, unless someone trades it with me. Did you know rockets explode? Wait a minute. I just lit a rocket. Rockets explode! I literally had to look up where to go in security breach. Yeah, it's really not a very intuitive. Nothing about security breach is intuitive. This is the part where we blow up! Not today! Gaming games tell you what to do, but doesn't tell you where to go. Oh, well, I mean, that can work. Like, if your game is really well made and well designed, you could make a game where you have to rely on environmental clues to figure out where you're supposed to go next, instead of having a waypoint marker or a map or a dotted line or something like that. You can make that work. The problem is security breach is shit, so that doesn't work for that game. But I wouldn't want to shoot down the idea of just having a game not explicitly tell you where you're supposed to go, because you could do good things with that. It's just, security breach is most certainly not one of them. Did you know that if you added a 2 to this game, it'd make it way better? True! True. Yeah, the back half of... The Galaxy really, really suffers in the back half. I do not know why I fell down here. It has a lot of repeated elements from earlier in the game. And then we haven't even gotten to the purple coin stuff. Why do I like Battle for Bikini Bottom more than Galaxy? Just the movement is a little looser as far as the movement abilities that you can do. Do I have enough star bits? No. Like, if you really look into Battle for Bikini Bottom movement tech, it's pretty insane. Galaxy doesn't really have the same movement tech as something like Odyssey is a very movement-driven game. Sunshine's another example where the speedrun really takes advantage of the crazy movement stuff you can do. Galaxy isn't really one of those games, and Battle for Bikini Bottom also has more. Like, Galaxy's much more linear in its design. It's like it's a series of linear missions you can complete that occasionally have a hidden star in one of them. Whereas Battle for Bikini Bottom is basically just a giant open playground with a bunch of stuff you can discover wherever you want. I much prefer that level design to this. We haven't gotten any purple coin missions done excluding the gateway. True. And I prefer to keep it that way. I do not have plans of doing any of the purple coin stuff today. Like I said, if I do the purple coins, it will be either in a separate stream or on my own time. Okay. Yeah, I may as well just reset at that point. How would I feel if Nintendo announced Mario Galaxy 3? I would be ecstatic. It feels more likely that will happen now than it ever has before with the Mario Galaxy movie on the horizon, but I'm not getting my hopes up for anything. Not even the grand finale Galaxy, which is not hard at all. Well, no, that's because it's not really it's a victory lap. It's not really a level. It's congratulations, you beat the game. Now you get to revisit. It's kind of, I mean, there's not much to it, but it's kind of cool getting to come full circle back to where the game started at the Star Festival. But it's not like a challenge. Certainly, it is quite literally just a victory lap, which is fine. I just prefer Galaxy 2's finale, where it gives you the Grandmaster Galaxy giving you like the ultimate test of your abilities. It's something I'm much more fond of myself. No, I did not want to backflip. I wanted to do this. We don't need a Galaxy 2? Well, that's because we already have one, so I agree, we don't need a Galaxy 2. We needed it on Switch. But now we're getting that, so now we do not in fact need a Galaxy 2. We don't need that which we already have. Oh, bad time to get a drink. Super Mario Galaxy 2. Like you said earlier, you can go to your 100% save file and do it right away. And like I said earlier, I will do that if I come back at some point in the future to do the purple coins on stream. Really hoping they remove the Starbit requirement for Grandmaster. I would not get your hopes up. I'm fully expecting... I'm not expecting the core game to be touched at all. Outside of, obviously, the new storybook and assist mode and, like, quality of life features. I'm not anticipating that the core gameplay or any of that stuff will be altered to any meaningful degree. We technically have a Galaxy 3 with Astrobot. Yeah, that is essentially the spiritual successor to the Galaxy games. But you know, it still would be nice to see an official Galaxy 3 from Nintendo someday. need Odyssey 2. I also wouldn't be opposed to Odyssey 2. Odyssey 2 or Galaxy 3, I'm fine with whatever. I would be perfectly okay with either of those. Favorite capture from Odyssey? I think you know what the answer is. And it's the one that I can't say because it's a ginormous spoiler. But that is the clear correct answer for favorite capture. Watch Odyssey 2 cost $100. Well, I would say that's a bit of a stretch, but it is Nintendo, so you never know. There's always a chance that things could eventually get to that point. I mean, at that point, it would probably just be like the slowly boiling frog. Like, well, you know, we slowly made the jump from 60 to 70 to 80 to 90, 100. Least favorite moon in Odyssey? I haven't even gotten all the moons in Odyssey, so I don't know. Like, there's a reason I haven't gone to 100% Odyssey yet, because I find from what little I tried of 100%ing Odyssey, I quickly got the sense that if I were to do the full 100% experience, it would get tiresome very quickly, because a lot of the challenges are very repetitive across all the different kingdoms. So I don't even know the full extent of what's available. In the same way that I don't know the full extent of all the bananas that can be captured in Bonanza, I don't know the extent of all the moons that can be captured in Odyssey. And maybe one day I will 100% those games, but they're a lot more. It takes a lot more to 100% games like Odyssey and Bonanza than it does to 100% games like Galaxy and Galaxy 2. Well, I guess technically speaking, there's a greater chance of me 100%ing Bonanza or Odyssey on stream than there is of me 100%ing Galaxy. Because to technically to 100% Galaxy, you have to play through the game twice. Once as Mario and once as Luigi. And no thanks. No thanks. Have I ever done Darker Side on Odyssey? I don't know. If it didn't happen in my original playthrough, or that one-off stream that I did, then no. For anyone keeping track, this is now the 4th time that we've had to fight the top man in this game. Fourth and thankfully final. Thoughts about the idea of a Bonanza 2? Hey man, we just got Bonanza. Let's slow our roll somewhat. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but you know, I don't think it's in the cards for a while. Favorite kingdom in Mario Odyssey? Oh, aesthetically, it's the Seaside Kingdom. In terms of content available, probably the Metro Kingdom. I'd probably say that for now. Do I think the Mario movie is just one big commercial to the Mario franchise? If it is a commercial, it's a commercial made with a lot of passion and care. I don't know that I feel completely comfortable labeling it as just a strict commercial, because like it is clear that someone on the team had a lot of interest in creating a very comprehensive Mario experience. It can certainly feel that way, especially with like the Mario Kart bit where they're just making the much like in Mario Kart 8, they get to customize their own karts. I get how it feels that way. But I don't know that I'd call it just a straight-up commercial. Pretty fun of Luncheon Kingdom. And Snow Kingdom is nice. Yeah, that's... The other thing with Odyssey is that it's hard to pick a favorite kingdom because they all are, well, for the most part. I mean, the Lost Kingdom is kind of just a one-off whatever. But for the most part, for all the big areas, Sand Kingdom, Snow Kingdom, Luncheon Kingdom, Seaside Kingdom, it is very hard to really pick a favorite of the bunch when they all are so consistently great. I should replay Odyssey sometime soon. I loved that game when I played it. I'd love to revisit it. Maybe I will. Maybe after I beat Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 2 again, I might consider revisiting Odyssey. It's been a while. It will have been almost 5 years by that point since I first played through the game. Mario Odyssey 100% stream. Okay, I didn't promise that. That'd be a bit much. That would be a smidge much. I think I'd actually go insane if I had to do a 100% Odyssey stream. I did intend to do it at one point, and I started doing it. But like I said, the repetition began to set in, and I saw the writing on the wall for how future streams were gonna go, so I just decided it was not worth the time. Although, I'd like to at least have done it once, just so I can say that I did it. For the sake of my own personal satisfaction. Everyone other than the executives and writers were very passionate. Yeah, well, I mean, the executives, I feel like for most creative projects, it's rare to find executives that are truly passionate about the project. So, rare, not impossible, just rare. Writers, yeah, I don't know what happened with the writing. I don't know if they thought that it would be good enough, or if they were just like, we don't need to write an actual story because all the other departments are going to do the hard work for us. Do I have any favorite scenes from Mary and Max? No, much like what we were talking about with Odyssey, it's just one very consistently great experience from beginning to end. Also, I'm not a fan of how quickly the lava is rising. We are very much behind schedule here. At least the Ruined Kingdom is carried by the aesthetics. Is that the one where you fight the dragon? Because in that case, yeah, that is... it is dripping with aura. One of the things you just can't even believe is actually in a Mario game. But it is. And it's pretty awesome. Favorite Galaxy and Galaxy 2? I don't... Aesthetically, it's Starshine Beach. Mechanically speaking... Cosmic Cove is pretty cool. I'm a fan of Cosmic Cove. I'm a fan of Chomp Works. I don't know. Galaxy 2 is another one. I know this it's just sounded like my answer to everything, but Galaxy 2 really is just a fantastic game, and it's a consistently fantastic game. So, it's really hard to pick just one favorite out of the bunch. Do I ever watch speedruns of my favorite games? Yes! I watch speedruns of Battle for Bikini Bottom all the time. I keep up to speed with how the world record of that game is shaping up, because Battle for Bikini Bottom is legitimately a fascinating game from a speedrunning perspective. I also occasionally watch speedruns of Halo games, mainly Halo CE. I don't watch those as regularly as I do other things, but Halo CE is a pretty cool game to speedrun. Halo 2 has some good tricks. I actually used to do a couple Halo 2 tricks, but that's mainly the only reason I ever knew how to do Halo 2 speedrunning tricks is because I hated playing the game so much. I was just desperate for anything I could do to bypass it. So I got really good at things like the Delta Halo Ghost launch, the Oracle pressure launch to make yourself invincible for the whole thing. And there's some other things as well. High Charity you can pretty much just run through without even needing to do any speedrunning tricks. There's some out-of-bounds stuff you can do on Gravemind. Uprising you can get out of bound and literally just skip the whole, or at least the second half of the level, which is the worst part. Uprising might genuinely be one of the worst Halo levels. Having just recently replayed Halo 2, I was so... They just forgot to design the level, really. They just throw 8 billion brutes at you that keep infinitely or seemingly infinitely respawning. And the worst part is that there's just long enough of a gap to make you think, okay, that was the last wave, surely. You clear the wave, you approach the door thinking you can finally leave, and then the door opens and another 8 brutes come at you. Oh, and also in the next area over, which is visible from this area, there's another 2 Jackal Snipers that just spawned in simultaneously and insta-sniped you out of the air. Halo 2 is a very fun game, in case you didn't know. Halo 2 is an incredibly fun video game. You take it Halo 2 is bad? I wouldn't... I really struggle with saying Halo 2 is a bad game, because it's not. The story is probably among the best in the series. And then you have pieces of it that are cool. It's just the difficulty balancing is broken. Like, ignoring the difficulty balancing, it is a step backwards from Combat Evolved in just about every respect. But it still has cool parts. It's just not balanced very well at all, which can lead to a very frustrating experience. Did I ever watch speedruns of this game or Galaxy 2? Honestly, no. I did watch Odyssey speedruns, though, just because I find Odyssey to be a more interesting game to speedrun because of the movement tech, and because of its inherent non-linearity. Sunshine's a game that I haven't watched a ton of speedruns of, but I've watched a couple, because again, Flood allows some pretty sick movement tech in that game. It's a shame, because the game opens with this giant unskippable prologue, so for speedrunning purposes, when you're resetting runs, I imagine speedrunners are totally, completely sick of that prologue by now. Have I seen Mario Odyssey co-op any % world records? No, I've only seen the single player stuff. I haven't seen the co-op. Although I imagine that would be helpful for a lot of reasons. It's hard to decide what Mario Galaxy 2 Galaxy is the best, even after unlocking almost every Galaxy you're excited to play it. Yeah, I mean, I've played Galaxy 2 a bunch of times, and I just played it again this year, back in January and February. And yet I'm still just super excited to be able to play it again on Switch with a bunch of quality of life improvements. And also not having to deal with the Wiimote motion control. Oh, wow. I didn't expect that guy to actually follow me. Hey. Follow me nice and closely. Damn it. Ah. Have I ever truly maxed out Super Mario Galaxy before? You mean all 242 stars? Yeah. I've done that a couple times. Oh. Nice. You like the Mario movie? It has some flaws in there, but you think it's good? I'm not a fan of it, but I understand why people are. But I'm very much... I imagine people who like it would still be like, yeah, there's lots of room for improvement. And I hope for everyone's sake that the Mario Galaxy movie is an improvement on the original. Oh, I almost cleared that first shot. Have I gotten the maximum amount of Starbits and the maximum amount of coins? No, I have not had a reason to ever do that. I mean, I've gotten maximum Starbits just because you need to get into Grandmaster Galaxy, but coins, no. Going for a risky jump. you like the Mario movie, but even you can say the story can be better. Yeah, I would hope you'd be hard pressed to find anyone who likes the Mario movie who wouldn't agree the story is definitely in need of improvement. Shovel Knight's your favorite game to speedrun? I can see that being a good game to speedrun. Because it's not super long, so resetting wouldn't be too much of a pain. It's got solid movement tech. I can definitely see that being a good speedrunnable game. But I'm not an active speedrunner, because I just don't have that level of time or dedication to put into a single game for thousands and thousands of hours to practice tricks over and over again. And knowing my personality type, I would get frustrated very quickly in my inability to consistently practice frame-perfect tricks. So I would not want to do that. Do I plan on streaming Galaxy 2 eventually? Yeah, that's the whole reason I'm doing this, is I wanted to stream the first Galaxy game leading up to the release of Galaxy 2 on Switch in a couple days. I will not be able to stream next weekend because I'll be out of town for my grandmother's surprise 80th birthday party, but I do plan on having a one-off stream on Thursday, because Wednesday I'll be off limits, Friday is when my flight is, but Thursday, I do have Thursday clear specifically to be able to stream Galaxy 2. I don't know how much I'll be able to stream, because obviously it's the day before my flight, but I want to at least stream a little bit of Galaxy 2, because it's release day, so I want to check it out on launch. And then when I come back the week after that, I will have a more in-depth Galaxy 2 stream. That time we will actually go into the 100%, and we won't be like with this. I don't have any plans on covering the Purple Coin stuff, at least not in this stream, but with Galaxy 2, we're gonna go all the way to the end. Green Stars, Grandmaster Galaxy, everything. Have I ever done a cosplay? Yeah, each time I've gone to conventions, I've done cosplays. I've done 2 different types of Luz cosplays, one as from her Thanks to Them outfit, and one of her time skip outfit. I had a Hunter cosplay. This is all from MomoCon of 2024. I've done an Alistair cosplay, Indiana Jones. And by the way, when I say cosplay, I just mean, like, the costume. I don't, like... I know some people go all out and fully inhabit the character in question. I'm not to that extent. I just like wearing the costume. Oh, this was not the plan. Oh, and of course, I did a Steve cosplay for a comic convention last November when all the Blue's Clues cast was there. I have a Marty McFly cosplay that I've worn both to conventions and to like anniversary concerts. Like the Back to the Future musical that was on Broadway came to my town recently. I wore the Marty McFly outfit to that, and then I also wore it to the 40th anniversary live concert that happened over the summer down in Fort Lauderdale. And I also plan on wearing it again to the 40th anniversary IMAX re-release in October. That is the game plan. There's still one of these guys I'm missing somewhere. Aha, there you are. Battle Belt is the obvious worst in Galaxy. Yeah, Battle Belt just sucks. Battle Belt is such a ginormous pain in the ass. Especially when you're going for green stars and you have to clear the same planets over and over and over again. And it's just fighting the same tiny, annoying enemies over and over and over again. It's fine to do once as a gauntlet of all the enemies you've faced up to that point in your adventure, and then it immediately stops being fine to do. It gets old extremely quickly. Have I ever gotten the maximum amount of star bits in this game as both Mario and Luigi? No, I have not. Because unlike in Galaxy 2, there is no star bit requirement here. Like, you don't have to get 9999 star bits in order to unlock the final grand challenge. I get the amount of starbits that are required to satisfy all the hungry Lumas, and that's it. I don't have a desire. I understand why that could be appealing to someone, to have everything maxed out to the absolute limit, but it's not something that appeals to me personally, so I haven't ever done it. Can I do an audio commentary for Until Dawn 2025? Man, I don't want to watch Until Dawn 2025. I like the game, and I don't want that ruined by the movie. Like, no, it seems like no one liked the Until Dawn movie. The fans of the game didn't like it, and neither did the average people who've never played the game before, even know what the game is. It didn't, like, no one was happy with the Until Dawn movie, which gives me even less incentive to want to check it out. Ah, I just missed it. It's this final hit that is always a pain in the ass for Fiery Dino Piranha. There. Tell you when it's a bigger nuisance, though, is when you're doing the speed run in Boss Blitz Galaxy and Galaxy 2. And it comes down to the wire, and he's the absolute last one, and you just can't get close to his tail when it's cooled off. What am I playing this on? I am playing this on Switch. Specifically Switch 2. Have I played any Legend of Zelda games? Yes, I've played Ocarina of Time to completion, and I've started playing Majora's Mask, and I still need to finish it. I also played a little bit of Skyward Sword, but... nah. Do I like Dino Piranha? Yeah. I said I would see it. Yeah, and then I decided I wouldn't. I decided I had better things to do with my life than watch the shitty Until Dawn movie. That neither is faithful to the source material, nor is it apparently good on its own merits. What does it use to control the cursor? Just the IR movement, the gyro controls of the Pro Controller. I mean, you can use Joy-Cons as well, and if you play with two Joy-Cons, it essentially functions exactly the same as if you have a Wiimote and Nunchuck on the Wii version. But I vastly prefer playing with the Pro Controller. The gyro controls are perfectly functional here. As you can, like, I'm not even really. Oh, okay, let's not die this soon. Gyro controls are perfectly functional. I don't even really think about how I'm moving the controller to get all the star bits. It's very, very intuitive and instinctual. I was concerned how Galaxy would work on Switch if you're playing with a Pro Controller, but it's a very, very seamless experience. A FNAF movie commentary would be hilarious. No, a FNAF movie commentary would be boring. 70% of that movie is just boring as all hell. There's the 30% that's kind of interesting, or at least interesting enough to warrant a commentary, but I don't think there's enough of it I don't think enough of it fits that category to warrant it. I mean, of course we've talked about it. The thought has crossed our minds, but we've decided, nah. There was even a point in time where I was considering making a full-fledged video on the FNAF movie, but, you know, I have a lot of video ideas that I would like to make that just, for one reason or another, either due to a lack of time or gradual fading of interest, I just end up never getting around to allowing to see the light of day. But there's always, I have a spreadsheet full of just unused video ideas, of ideas I've had for projects that I at one point had passion for and may one day have passion for again, because there's just so much stuff that I'd like to make, but of course, you can't make everything. There's only so much time you have on this planet, and there's only so much you can do at once as a single person, or at most two-person operation. Like right now, basically the way things are working is Gugonix working full-time on editing the Sonic commentary, while I'm working full-time on writing, recording, and then editing the upcoming Toy Story 1 love letter. Which makes life really nice for me, because it means I don't have to worry about commentary. I can just let him work his magic while I'm focused fully on Toy Story stuff. Would be funny to see an audio commentary on Chicken Little. Oh, oof. Maybe. I'll go with a solid maybe on that one. Because I wouldn't be opposed to it, but also it's Chicken Little, so I imagine it would require some arm twisting to convince other people to do a Chicken Little commentary. Because that is such a fucking fever dream of a movie. But it's... We'll leave it at maybe. We will leave it at maybe. I wasn't entirely convinced I wasn't going to get crushed by that boulder there. Maybe I should stop trying to get starbits. What about the cloudy duology? That's another one we've considered. That is something that has been considered. Because I do... Well, I think we all like the first movie a decent amount. I probably like it more than most, but I think we all think positively of it. It could be interesting to see how we think about the second movie in retrospect, because obviously it made my worst list the first time around. I don't know if it still would, and it could be interesting to check it out from that perspective. Will I do a Back to the Future trilogy commentary at some point? Yeah, that you can almost guarantee. I don't know when, but that feels like an inevitability. Why did Chester think his holograms could catch him? Because he's an idiot. He's a terrible, terrible villain and character. Alright. I think we're almost there. We'll do a quick double check. Yep, that's everything. It's just one more... Is this... Do we need 2,000 for this? Or is it... I think it might... Is it 1,800? I think it's 1,800. No, it's only 16. Okay, so then we're more than okay. One final effort is all that remains, and then we can finally go fight Bowser at the center of the universe. How did the Flitsum Defer survive a literal nuclear food explosion? Because... Don't think about it. That's how. I mean, the real reason is because they needed a sequel to happen. If you asked them after the first movie, is the Flitsum Dever dead? They would say, well, of course, obviously, duh, what a silly question, why would you ever ask me that? Did you not see the ginormous nuclear explosion that went off? But, of course, then you couldn't have the sequel, and yeah. Yeah. Spider-Verse Trilogy audio commentary when the third film comes out. That we have talked about. That we have certainly talked about. And in fact, we actually had one of the concerns we had was that because back when it was rumored that there were multiple versions of Across the Spider-Verse floating around, we were like, how the hell are we going to do a commentary on this if we have to think about, like, there being potentially multiple alternate versions of the film? Thankfully, all that was cleared up, so it's not really an issue anymore, but that was a concern at one point. How did Flint not look up to Chester V and Cloudy Woman, but apparently did this whole time? Well, yeah, I mean, it's... Because, like, he has a whole wall, right, in the first movie. He has a whole wall of scientists that he's looked up to his whole life, that he's been heavily inspired by. But Chester V is not on any of those... He doesn't have a single Chester V portrait in the first movie. And the reason why is, of course, because they just fucking made him up. He didn't exist in the first movie. Which is one of many really annoying things about Cloudy 2. It's just that they clearly weren't... They clearly were not considering this when that first movie existed. You can always tell when a sequel... Because, of course, 9 times out of 10, people don't ever intend to make a sequel, right? They just had... They had an idea for a story, and then it got successful, so then they ended up like, okay, I guess we'll make another one. Toy Story would be an example of this. They had no plans to make a sequel, but then they did. And like, obviously Jesse, Bullseye, the Roundup Gang, all that didn't exist when the first movie was being made. But it doesn't contradict anything which came before, which is the important part. You can watch the first movie and then watch the second one back to back and not think, wait, why is this way if that's that way? And in fact, it's the opposite, because you always have a little bit of the next movie in the previous one. Like in the first movie, you have the Alice Toy Barn commercial, and then in the second movie, you have the prospector saying, "Do you really think Anna's going to take you to college?" And that, of course, and then him saying, "You'll all be ruined, forgotten, spending eternity rotting in some landfill," and then that becomes the third movie. So that helps it feeling cohesive, even when you know the whole thing wasn't planned. You could like, if I showed the Toy Story trilogy to someone who had never seen it before, I think I could convince them that it was designed from the start as being one massive overarching story designed from the beginning. Because it just feels that way. Whereas Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 2 is just a giant retcon. There you are, you little asshole. That was way too close. Cloudy 2 is just a giant retcon from beginning to end, and you can feel it, especially if you watch them back to back. Somehow, Flintsome Defer returned. That happened with a line in Breaking Bad being the foundation for two characters in Better Call Saul. That's another great example of, like, you could... I think most people, without knowing any better, would probably say that Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul were both planned from the start. When they weren't. It was anything but that. In fact, the entire character of Mike Ehrmantraut only exists because they couldn't get Bob Odenkirk to come in to film a scene for Saul Goodman. That's insane to me. That he just wouldn't have existed if Bob Odenkirk was available. And then, in turn, Better Call Saul also wouldn't have existed. Anyway, I didn't need those one-ups because I'm at max lives, but still. Alright, here we go. It is time to go fight Bowser at the center of the universe. We finally made it. Favorite Cloudy character other than Flint and Sam? Earl, obviously. Flintlock Wood! I love his running animation right before the Flintstone takes off like a rocket. It's so funny, the way he just charges at Flint. He gets closer and closer to him. The animation of Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is just... mwah, chef's kiss. So much personality in every single shot, in every single character. Was Back to the Future planned from the start? Oh god, no. They never had any intention of making a sequel. And you can tell that because the second movie starts. So at the end of the movie, Doc, Marty, and Jennifer go into the future with the intent of completing a mission. Then the second movie starts, and they immediately knock Jennifer unconscious, and Marty and Doc are the ones to do everything. The reason why is because they said if they ever plan on making a sequel, they would never have put Jennifer in the car because they just didn't know what to do with her in the future. 2 and 3 were planned because, of course, 2 and 3 were originally supposed to be one enormous, like, 3.5-hour long movie. And then they just split it into 2 parts. But no, the Back to the Future was intended to be they never had any aspirations to go beyond the first movie when they made it. Thoughts on Back to the Future 2? It's a worthy sequel. It's probably the one, if what you're interested in when watching the Back to the Future trilogy is a fun time travel movie, 2 is the one that makes the most use out of the fact that it is a time travel movie. They go to the widest variety of locations and times in history. And it's of course, that could also be a turn-off for someone, because a lot of people think that Back to the Future 2 is too hard to follow, and it's, oh my god, it's too complex, and too convoluted, and too confusing. So I think that's you're either gonna really love Back to the Future 2 or really hate it based on that alone. You're either gonna love the complex time travel, because Back to the Future 1 and 3 are really, it's like time travel is what kickstarts the story, and then it's a very big coming-of-age, character-driven drama, that action comedy kind of thing that takes place in one specific time zone. But 2 is the one where you're jumping all over the place constantly. So if that's what you're looking for, 2 is probably gonna be your favorite of the series. And then 3, some people don't like because it's so far removed from everything else. Like, Back to the Future 2 does its own thing for a little bit, and then it essentially plays off of the original movie by showing you things from a different perspective, and that's really, really smart. But then 3 is completely removed from the characters and the storyline of the original 2 movies, and for that reason, I can see someone seeing it as a turnoff. It's like, well, now they've just gone too far with it. They've jumped the shark. They've gone way too far back into the past. But the thing is, Back to the Future Part 3, like, the trilogy isn't complete without Back to the Future Part 3, because that's the movie where Doc and Marty's arcs become crystallized, and you really see what they've been doing with their characters throughout the whole trilogy. And they have the role reversal, which really brings that to the forefront. And I really get emotional every time you get to the final scene after they make it back, or after Marty makes it back to the future, and that big thing happens on the rail tracks. That combined with the final gift that Doc gives, it's all just so bittersweet. It's such a perfect bookend to the trilogy. I love a good ending to a trilogy. And it's why they should never, ever make Back to the Future Part 4. Nor will they, because again, for the same reasons they won't ever allow the original to be remade, they won't ever allow... They basically can't do anything with the Back to the Future IP without express permission from the original creators. Which you'd think should be how it always is, but unfortunately it isn't, which is how we get the trite garbage that often gets crapped out these days. So, yeah, I'm excited to be able to re-experience Back to the Future on the big screen. Not just on a big screen, the big screen, an IMAX screen. It'll be awesome. I can't wait. Imagine if all 3 Back to the Future movies were all in one entire movie. I can see a theater putting on a marathon of just, like, showing... Because I went to an Indiana Jones marathon as a kid where they played Raiders of the Lost Ark, Temple of Doom, and Last Crusade. And then some other movie that I don't know about, but I left before they started playing it. I'm like, I don't know. He survived a nuclear blast in a fridge. I don't fucking know. I'll just leave. Yeah, I say that, but I can't. I was like 10 or 11 when that Indiana Jones marathon happened, so it wasn't exactly my volition to leave. I wanted to leave, and my dad wanted to leave, because we both seen Crystal Skull, and we both knew how terrible it was. But my mom hadn't seen it, so she's like, I want to stay, I want to give it a shot. Then we got to the nuke scene, and she's like, yeah, okay, let's go. She didn't, that's the point that breaks most people is, and the thing is, it's not even, like, there's arguably way worse things that happen in Crystal Skull. It doesn't become good after that, it just keeps getting worse. There is a bit, like, after the nuke scene, it gets kind of okay for a little bit, and there's some promise in the story. But then it plummets not long after that. Once you get into the forest and you have the jungle chase and the waterfall and of course the interdimensional beings, it is a downward spiral into insanity. And yet, still way better than Dial of Destiny, if you can believe it. Time for this amazing final boss. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but I don't. It's basically just the same boss that you've been fighting Bowser with up until this point. There's a couple alterations in much the same way that Dark Matter Plant also had a couple minor alterations. Like, for instance, the rock Bowser thing that he does here is obviously a new trick, but for the most part, it's the same. I don't really think that highly of the final boss of either Galaxy game. That's why Bonanza's final boss was so impressive to me, because it just was so... It was so far beyond what I was expecting. What I've come to expect from final bosses in 3D Mario games is really not much. So for Bonanza's final boss to be so fucking epic
was like, wow, I apologize, Bonanza. I was not familiar with your game. I mean, this is fine, but I don't know. I don't love it as a final boss. Galaxy 2 final boss is way worse. Well, I guess it depends, because it's even less derivative of previous instances of the Bowser fight than the Galaxy 1 final bosses, but it does have, in terms of just raw spectacle, it does have a pretty cool final part. The problem is the final part just ends almost as soon as it begins. If there were more to the final part, it'd be a lot better, because that would have been a cool subversion. And I think it did feel that way to me when I was a kid, because I didn't know what I was doing, and it took me forever to actually properly defeat Bowser. But as an adult, it's like, oh, he's dead in 5 seconds. Cool. Extremely anticlimactic. Thankfully, the Grandmaster Galaxy is a more definitive endpoint, as far as like, yeah, that feels satisfying to have conquered this challenge. But yeah, the final bosses in Galaxy really leave a lot to be desired. Why does Bowser Jr. get all the cool shit, and Bowser Jr. just gets shit? Or sorry, Bowser just gets shit. I mean, not to say, Bowser Jr. in this game also had that one King Caliente ripoff in Engine Room, another instance of reusing assets. Also, that's the game beaten, by the way. But generally speaking, about like Bowser Jr. in Galaxy 2, he gets all the awesome bosses, and Bowser does not. Thoughts on the train rush sequence of Back to the Future 3? While I still prefer the clock tower from the first game, it is hard... from the first movie, because of how iconic it is. They did manage to successfully recapture the nail-biting tension of arguably bigger... because, you know, in Back to the Future 3, there is no turning back. Like, if they screw up, they're done forever. There is no safety net to fall back on if this plan goes awry and they can't reach 88 miles an hour. So from that perspective, it's actually more intense. That, and you also have more factors at play, more characters at play. So yeah, it is a more than a respectable follow-up to the epic climax of Back to the Future 1. Can I go to Avert's live stream today? Oh, I mean, I'm probably just going to be packing for the rest of the day. But you should go to Avert's live stream. Oh, that music is so good. Thoughts on the Hat in Time? Good game. I like it. Maybe they never have anything for Bowser's size. That is a funny thought. About like Bowser wants to have the cool battles, but he's just like, I'm too big. I can't fit. I can't fit in the machine. No in chat. No, I know what you meant. I'm like, I got shit to do today, man. Sorry. But I would still heavily recommend you go check out Avert's live stream. Does the stream end out to the credits? Yeah, I'll let the credits roll so you can see all the people who created this great game. But then after that, I'll be capping it off. I'm not planning on, like I've been saying all stream, not gonna do the purple coins today. If I do them, I'll do them in a separate stream in the future. But I mainly just wanted to replay through the main Galaxy game so that we were all caught up in time for Galaxy 2 when it comes out in a few days. Your Bowser impression sounds like Glamrock Freddy.
Vanny. That sounds very much like Vanessa. And also, Bunny. That cannot be a coincidence.
Actual dialogue written by professional writers. The ending of this game is fucking insane, by the way. Completely bonkers. By the way, I don't expect them to even try to do this in the movie. 0% chance we get anything like this in the Illumination movie. Somebody wrote that and thought they were really clever. Yeah, I believe it. That's what I said. I'm sure, well, I don't know what they were thinking at this point, honestly.
Do you hear the baby stars? These newborns will grow up to become galaxies someday. When stars die, they turn to stardust and scatter across the cosmos. Eventually, that stardust reforms to create a new star, and so the cycle of life continues. But the cycle never repeats itself in quite the same way. So, you'll see.
Like, on one hand, I get what they were going for with having the post-game be playing the whole game again, but as Luigi, because it thematically ties into the whole, like, you're playing the same, it's reborn, the cycle begins anew, but it's not the same, it's not exactly the same, but that feels like a very paper-thin justification for why they just copy-pasted the game again. Just gave you a longer jump and quicker oxygen deprivation. You know, I stopped playing the Uncharted series after 2, but do I think I would ever consider playing 3 and 4, because 4 especially is really good? It's not out of the question. Like, I think what I said at the end of the Uncharted 2 LP is that I currently have no plans to play the future Uncharted games because I just don't see myself liking them. Like, people said if I didn't like 2, it wouldn't be a good idea for me to keep going, because, like, 2 is the series at its best, and if I'm not sold by that, I wouldn't be sold by future entries. But I also said that if I ever did change my mind, it wouldn't be for a while. So there is a chance that, like, next year at some point, I might come back and decide to pick up Uncharted 3 and see how it is. But, you know, don't hold your breath. It's a shame, because I really did like the story of Uncharted 2.
Yes, all new life carries the essence of stars. Even all of you.
Alright, thanks for tuning in, Avert. I'll be sure to send everyone your way after I'm done here. I think what they should have done is just the green stars like they did with Galaxy 2. Yeah, I like the green stars. I like the green stars a lot in Galaxy 2. I think they're a very creative way of allowing you to look at the levels again from a different perspective. Kind of a fun little mini game of playing scavenger hunt. The only thing with green stars is just I wish that when you got a green star, if there were more green stars to discover in the level, it wouldn't boot you out. Because that's really the only thing I don't like about them, is that all the unnecessary time spent replaying through the same part of the level over and over again, trying to find a bunch of green stars. I wish it worked like the blue coins in Galaxy 2, or sorry, in Sunshine, I mean, where you can collect a blue coin, then just keep on exploring the level. And I know there's some green stars where if you collect it, you'll fall into the abyss and die, but you know, they already have a feature in Galaxy 1 where if you fall off the Comet Observatory, it'll save you and bring you right back. And as we've just seen in the trailer for the Galaxy Collection, they clearly were able to retrofit that to Galaxy 2, because I'm pretty sure that's how assist mode works, is it just uses that same code that saves you from falling off the Comet Observatory. And that's how assist mode works if you fall off the edge. I wish that, like, if there was a green star that getting it required you to falling into the abyss, it would activate that, bring you back to solid ground, then you could keep exploring. Because that really is the only thing with green stars that I'm not a fan of. Final thoughts on Super Mario Galaxy. Still a great game. One with a very, very weak back half where they reuse levels and or bosses and or aesthetics, and oftentimes are worse than their original counterparts. Case in point, the Dreadnought garbage dump. But there's still some good stuff in the second half. Toy Time Galaxy's great. Melting Molten Galaxy's pretty solid. It's definitely has the first half is much stronger than the second half. I mean, there's lots of things that I vastly prefer about Galaxy 2 compared to Galaxy 1, but none of it significantly affects my enjoyment of Galaxy 1. It's just like little quality of life things. Well, that and also the fact that the endgame content is, instead of just spamming a bunch of purple coin missions, you get a whole new world, and then instead of having to replay the whole game again as Luigi, you have a little green star hide and seek scavenger hunt minigame thing. Do I think I'm gonna stream Galaxy 2 next weekend or in a few weeks? I'm gonna stream it in a few days, because like I mentioned earlier, Wednesday I'm off limits, and then Friday is when I leave on my flight. But Thursday I have blocked off because Thursday's when the collection comes out. So I want to stream. I don't know how long I'll be able to stream because I still, it's the day before my flight. But I want to at least do a short stream covering some of Galaxy 2. Yeah, that is my game plan. So I'll do a short-ish stream on Thursday, just checking it out and seeing how we like the feel of Galaxy 2 on Switch, and then I'll do a more in-depth stream at some point in the future.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
I'll probably just do it the weekend of the 10th. A new chapter has been added to the storybook. The Purple Comet has appeared. Woohoo. And yes, we will indeed save our game. When's the next stream? Thursday. Why did I say this game had no story? I don't think that's what I would have said. I would have said I don't play this game for the story, and that I think using the fact that Galaxy 1 has a slightly more cinematically presented story than Galaxy 2 is not a very strong reason for putting this game above the second, but I never would have said it has no story. I will say one thing that's kind of annoying is all my lives are now gone. Like, if we load back in, I had 99 lives going into Bowser's Galaxy thing, and now I don't know why the game does this. Like, all the lives you gathered up until this point are just completely gone each time you reload. Like, now I'm back down to 4 again, which I don't know why they do that, but it is what it is, I suppose. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just fly. Actually, let me see if I can do something. Let me see if this still works. I discovered when I was younger that one of these galaxies, I don't remember which one it was, one of these galaxies you could reach with Flying Mario without needing to actually launch yourself towards it. I don't remember which one it was, but I remember discovering that and finding it was really cool that you could just fly to one of the... Because once what triggers it is Mario crossing an invisible barrier near the physical green galaxy that appears in the sky, like right over there. So you could physically fly to it as Flying Mario and trigger it without even needing the launch star, which is pretty cool. I just don't remember which one it was. Anyway, that, I believe, is going to be where we end things for today. I'm glad I came back to Galaxy. Glad I replayed this game. This was a very fun time. Had a blast replaying the game. Had a blast hanging out, talking with all of you in chat. And I'm also looking forward to getting to play Galaxy 2 in just a couple days. I guess closing updates on video-related stuff. As it stands, I have a 30-page outline for Toy Story that I plan on turning it into a script. I plan on finalizing and locking the outline this week, and then I'll turn it into a script during my flight. During my flight to and from where I'm going to visit my family. And then when I get back, I should be able to go full steam ahead with recording and editing. So that is the plan. And in the meantime, Guganic's still hard at work on the Sonic commentary triple feature. All of us coming together really well. I'm really happy about how things are developing. Thank you all for tuning in. If you've been here for both streams, just the one, or if you just tuned in now, I appreciate you stopping by. Avert is streaming right now. He posted a link in chat earlier. Gugonic, if you don't mind, can you post the link to Avert's stream real quick before I sign off so people can go check him out as well? Yeah, Avert is streaming as it stands. He's having a pretty chill stream. I'm sure he'd love it if you could stop by. He's a good friend of mine, and I want to show him some support wherever possible. And I appreciate all of you stopping by to support here as well. Hopefully you all have had a good weekend. I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend, and I hope you all have a good rest of your week. And I hope to see you on Thursday for the big day when Galaxy 2 finally comes to Switch. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a good week.